astrology is the future, and that's just the way it's going to be. We're in the Aquarius age. Aquarius is the 11th sign. 9/11 happened on the 11th. It's all fitting in, guys. This is why everyone knows about this now. Yes, the secrets are being released. Everyone knows about at a certain level. But remember, when you hear people like this, it's good to hear people like this. It's good to see how fucking crazy people are. It's good. Because I want you people to understand that people like this actually exist. You know, there's demons and there's angels and there's jinn out there. And when they make contacts with humans, they'll make you believe they're Jesus or Satan or the devil. Nah, bro. The devil, the Satan, Lucifer, and especially God or the prime creator, he doesn't interfere. He puts us here. It's like, you know, when you have a kid and you throw him on the deep end in the pool, sink or swim. And that's what the hell we're here for. Sink or swim. You know, if you're somebody who takes advantage of the people, you're going to get your karma. You know, the people who don't believe in reincarnation, don't believe in karma. I mean, listen, that to me was a comedy show. That was a comedy show right there. When people say they met Lucifer, that was the end. You know, if he didn't say that part, I might have went more of what he said. But once he said stuff like that, we're talking about left field type of shit, and you will be challenged. Some people don't like to be challenged. I get challenged on numerology all the time. I get challenged all the time. That's it. It is what it is. And the fact of the matter is, he thinks he knows more than everybody else. If you disagree with him at all, you're nuts. Now, with me, I've disagreed with other numerologists about when year cycles start, what's a 33 life path. I disagree with all of them. But at the end of the day, the material I put out there and the explanations I've given have resonated with millions, maybe even billions of people, in all honesty. You know, it's tough because there's so many shills out there. But I can assure you, I'm not one of them. And the reason you know that is because I'm not out here chasing money. The elite came to me. All I had to do was say yes, promote feminism, promote homosexuality, stop talking about politics. I would have been worth 100 to 200 million now. I'm nowhere close to that. But you know what I do have? My self-fucking respect, and that can never be bought. And I hope you guys feel the same way, because we have free will. If we want to sell out, we sell out. But the ones who don't, yeah, that's real. You know, a lot of people talk about they're good people because they're rich. Guess what? When I was broke, I didn't steal anything. When I remember clearly, I was in need of about $500 about 15 years ago to pay rent. And I just happened to walk across a wallet. And that wallet had enough money for me to pay it. And if I was a person of less moral character, I would have took it and be like, yo, I just hit a lick. What's good? Instead, I found where that person was, and I returned the wallet, and I was still struggling. But you know what? In the future, I've lost my wallet myself 6 times, 6 to 8 times. And once I lost my wallet in a place called Breezewood, Pennsylvania. And the reason I know I lost it there is because someone put that shit in the mail and sent that shit to my house and didn't take any money out except for the shipping and handling of sending it. That's how you test your karma. Karma's real. And I'm going to say one more thing and I'll hand it over to someone else. If you fuck up your karma, your kids will show you the same respect. Kids karma, KK. Remember that.
Right, and I was with you when you lost. Remember, you lost your wallet, your Chase Bank thing at the casino, and you still found that or whatever. That was
Yep. They brought it back to me. Yes. They brought it because I'm not a bad person, and if I was a piece of shit, someone would have hit a lick. It's just the way it works, guys. How many people have I given jobs to? I literally given jobs to like 30 fucking people. I can retire right now. I can literally retire right now, and I'm set. My kids are set. I don't need to talk to anyone. I don't need to do any spaces. I don't need to promote myself. Why? Because I have the richest people in the world paying me. I don't need this stuff. The only reason I do it is to promote numerology, and number two, because I have 30 people and 30 families that depend on me to go out there and do things. But again, I guess I'm the devil because art says so. It is what it is.
Let's go over to Rico. I think he's got a question. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, question for Maximilian, if you can hear me, was just that
yes,
if
sir.
the Rothschilds are in fact going to tighten their grip on us going forward, what is the point of having a family, especially a boy, if it's going to have a 2 in front of its year? Just in this new sort of age, things are getting worse, as you said. You said there's no rainbows and butterflies, so why have family?
Very simple. When it comes down to family, that's the only way for the fucking spirit to grow. You have kids, you take care of them, it shows people responsibility, shows people how to become men. These kids nowadays, they don't have kids anymore, and they are stuck playing video games. You know, you have to, if to grow as a person, you need to have some responsibilities. Men do not become men until they have kids. That's why I asked that man if he had kids.
All right.
Plain and simple. And by the way, if you're so worried about having kids in the 2000s, make sure you got a kid born on the 1st or the 10th. Cancel out with some 1 energy. This isn't rocket science. There's ways to manipulate this stuff.
Real quick, I just want to mention there is 9 requests. So after you guys have your questions answered, I am going to drop you guys. If you guys want to come back up, I will bring you guys back up. But from now on, just raise your guys' hands, and I will, I'll call on you guys. So let's go to Slot.
I remember when he was so proud. He's like, "Well, look how many people are in this spaces." I'm like, "Yeah, of course there are, because I'm here." And he thought I was I was stating facts.
Facts, Gary, facts. And I bet you that guy has no kids, Gary.
I know. I'm pretty sure of it.
All right. One question to Gary before somebody else can take my spot. Gary, what do you think? Why certain individuals handle earth ritual such as smoking cannabis easier than others? Like certain life paths or energies can just deal with way easier.
I've made this clear. Not everyone should be smoking weed. I make this abundantly clear. People who are 7s, they have such a strong mind, it actually calms them down a little bit. Listen, I've been smoking this shit for 25 years. A lot of people in this room have been around me. Do I act any differently? Ryan's been around me. Chris has been around me. Other people have been around me. I don't act any different. I'm the same. Now, if you're a person of low IQ, no, you should definitely not smoke marijuana. Then again, I don't drink at all. I mean, I've made this clear. I've been drinking a decade, and the next time I drink is when Joe Biden dies. I'll have a drink to that.
Thank you. Appreciate the feedback. I did actually send you a message on your old account before it got deleted, like trying to dive deeper into it, because I figured it out with own research. About 100 people I investigated in. It's usually like 1 life path, 7, and snake energies, and like certain others that just deal with it way easier.
I would agree with snake, and I would agree with 7s. I'm not too sure about 1s.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to EA.
Yo, hey Gary. Question is, when you say 7s have a strong mind, can you get into like the specifics of what that means, and then also what are the opposites? Like, any numbers have weak minds by that same definition?
I'm not going into that, bro. There are some numbers that have lower intelligence, but they have other things to make up for it. Not everyone's meant to be a general. General starts with G. G is the 7th letter. Not everyone's meant to be a thinker. You need workers too. If you have nothing but generals, who's going to do the fighting? So, you got to understand there's a balance in everything. So, while some people are not as mentally as strong, they're physically stronger. While some people are not physically stronger, they're extremely attractive. There's some people who are good under pressure. No number has it all. I will be the first one to admit that.
Strong, what does that mean? Like, does that mean they have?
There's some people don't crack under pressure.
No, I mean regarding the 7, so they're like mentally strong. That means they have good memory,
they're mentally strong in the way where it's going to take a lot of psychedelics to fuck them up. You know, their tolerance is at a different level. Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Platano, what's up, man?
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Yeah, nah, I had a I just wanted to say, my boy Max over there, yo, he reminds me just like my dad. They talk the same, they sound the same. It literally feels like I'm almost listening to my dad speak. It's kind of spooky. But I realized he's into like a numbers thing. My dad's birthday was 10/13/1961. I just wonder like what his numbers were because I learned so much from that man. Like I'm just curious. That's all.
He's a double four.
Okay. Yeah, he was a hard worker. So I know they said
Yep.
four is a worker. That's all he did.
Correct.
He
Correct. And according to the last guy, all this information is going to change soon. I mean, I
nah
don't even see
yeah
how that's possible.
nah
I
because
don't see how
yeah
that's
I don't think that's
possible.
possible. Yeah.
It's hardwired in the matrix. The only way something like that happens is if the dream world, the fourth dimension, and the third dimension merge. Then I could see numerology not working anymore. But you know, when we go to the dream realm, numerology and astrology don't work there. They work on this dimensional plane. They don't work on the higher dimensional planes.
Yeah.
I'll be the first to admit that.
No, I agree because I was looking at that. I'm like, my dad. That's all he did. He was good with his hands. He was good at working. He was a mechanic. He worked in carpentry, and I found out he was born year of the ox. I'm born year of the rat, and me and him got like out of all the kids, we got along well. Actually, it was weird. Everyone in my family, according to like your system with the Chinese astrology, we're all friend signs. Like my brother's friend signs with my mom. My mom and dad. My mom is a rooster. My dad is an ox. I'm a rat. My sister's also an ox, and it's just crazy. Like we all like it's just wild. And my
Yeah,
yeah.
that's it. That's it. See, and by the way, did I charge you a penny for knowing this stuff?
No, not at all.
That's what I'm trying to say. This guy's always talking about I'm trying to fucking take money out of people's hands. You don't have to pay me a fucking dime, and you fucking still learn this shit.
Yeah,
See, this is what I'm talking about,
I
man.
picked on quick to the numbers thing, bro. I was like, wow, I was shocked at how fast I thought I was picking up on the things because I was like, wow, I'm completely shocked.
And it's great to see that he left, and we have the same number of people. So obviously, no one was here for him.
Facts.
You know, it is what it is. Those type of people are actually really dangerous. Really dangerous. The type of people who say things about Fantasyland and then say you live in Fantasyland. Those are very, very dangerous people. It's been, you know, we can honestly, you know, we can think that he has that type of voice, and people with that type of voice will never get any real clout in their lives. They just don't have it. You know, you can tell in the voice. Chris has a little something special in his voice. You can hear it. Some people got a little something special in their voice. You can hear it. Other people don't. But you know, it's one of those people who they don't have what it takes to be an influencer, but they want to be an influencer so bad. So they'll lie, cheat, make up fucking stories, say anything. Be careful. Just be careful out there.
That's
I
true.
have proven my intentions are not fucking evil. That I have proven. If they really were, I would have done GG33 very, very differently. I would have had all the OnlyFans whores in there. Would have had all sorts of prostitutes promoting me. All sorts of shit, bro. I turned it all down. I refuse to work with homosexuals in Miami. So that means I can't work with 80% of the influencers.
I really appreciate the compliment, Garry. Thank you very much, man. It means the world.
It is what it is. It is what it is. You know. By the way, when Chris, when you were joining the Masons, did I tell you not to join?
Absolutely not. And you know,
Nope.
you told me it's my choice, and
Yeah. I'm over here trying to influence people and run their lives. No, I told them, listen, if you do, you do. And I also told you the story about me and what happened with me and how I said no. And then you're the one who fucking verified it when you found out who the fucking guy was.
yeah, we have access to historical records, and I pulled it up, and yeah, he's not lying when he tells, you know, they don't reach out to just anybody. And you know, again, I told this story 100 times, but Gary's most crucial date in his life was 9/11/2001. The guy who was a Freemason, 33rd degree, that reached out to Gary, died on 9/11/2013 snake year. So 9/11/2001 snake year, 9/11/2013 snake year. And good guy.
Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze. I'll never forget his name.
Yeah, and I know he really, was pushing you and stuff like that, but he, the Masons deserve a lot of credit because they saw the talent in him at a young age. So that's why the
Yes,
fraternity
they did.
has
They don't, and by the way, do they go out and recruit people?
absolutely
Not like that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They don't recruit anybody, but they came for me because they saw my talent on the Trib show. They knew I'd fucking pull this off, and quite frankly, I did, didn't I?
Absolutely, and that's a testament to why the Freemasons have been able to withstand the sands of time, where a lot of fraternities go away. So we recognize very quickly. We just don't ask people like that, and I can't say what he did or didn't do, but you already know what I'm saying indirectly.
Of course, and then he was a very polite man. He was very polite. I just said no.
Yeah, you knew to respect him, and they didn't try. Once you said no, they understood it, and that's kind of how the Masons.
Yeah, and they never came back with any other bullshit. I never had any issues again. They used to listen to me all the time when I was on the Trib show, though.
Oh yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, many of the brothers know you. You know what I mean? And a lot of the guys are private, but more and more coming out. And 100%, a lot of the 33s know you, dude. So you already know that.
I mean, Jake Paul knows me. All his boxing events are on 8 days.
Well, my driver is Jake Paul's. So Jake Paul's driver literally knows who you are. So you know damn well what those driver conversations are.
I know. I just find it funny that when Logan Paul and Jake Paul were nobodies, they were listening to me on the Trevisato
show. Yeah, and Greg Paul was a huge listener of Triv. So Greg is his dad. Go figure. Jake and Logan Paul have a father that's born on the 28th. A lot of people don't know that. Also, Greg.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Greg Paul.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Greg is a cat. Logan's a pig. Friend signs. And I know Pam as well. Really, really good ladies and good people overall, man. I've not a bad thing to say in person about either one of them. They were a blast to hang out with as well.
I never met their parents. I can't say anything. By the people who have met Jake, I think Jake's a decent dude. I have some choice words for Logan, though.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
All right, let's get some new people up here, man.
We got a lot of hands, so let's get Price is Right, then OGD.
You shalom, brother.
Shabbat shalom.
You already know. Yep. I was just wondering. So I'm struggling with career path, because I get frustrated with a lot of things. I'm smart. I pick things up. I put them down. But my birthday is 11/22/1999. So I just wanted your opinion.
You're a 7. You're very good at psychology and things like that. But because you're born on the 22nd, unlike most 7s, you're probably gonna have to do things from a physical standpoint as well. If I was to say what you should do, I'd probably find yourself a mentor who is someone to do something in finance. And I think after a short time with a good mentor, I think you'll be on your path quite easily.
So as far as finance, because I know the industry is changing, do you think it should be crypto or something that's already more established?
Listen, dude, gold is 1,000 times more, liquidity than crypto. The old Wall Street's still there, bro. The stock market is still worth way more than the crypto market, man.
True.
It's not. As a matter of fact, to compare the stock market to the crypto market is to compare some broke Nigerian to Elon Musk.
All right, yeah. Oh, I just got one more question. And it's still for the career path thing. For my brother, his birthday is 8/10/1996.
You don't have to worry about him. He'll figure it out on himself, bro.
All right.
Promise.
All right, good, man. Thank you.
OGD, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, appreciate you bringing me up again, Gary. Thank you again for your time and your knowledge. My birthday is 05/29/96. 5 life path going to be 28?
You're born on the 29th, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So the thing with the 29s is very simple. Control your emotions, don't let them control you. You do that, you'll be very successful.
Understood.
And watch out and watch out for those hoes, bro.
I definitely have been abstinent of sex for 2 years because I have read that 5 life paths are very degenerate. So being abstinent is my way of controlling.
No, but you're not supposed to be abstinent. You're supposed to find a partner that and a single partner you do stuff like that with. You're actually like hurting yourself by being celibate. You're not supposed to be a whore. But you're supposed to find that right person, do it with them, bro.
That's what I've been doing. I've been just like keeping everyone's at arm's reach because I'm also a rat, so I'm good at manipulating. And I was asking VK that I should basically be testing out these women to see if their actions and their words align. What my question was going to be was, what advice can you give me to better help my family because I'm going into a 6th personal year at the end of the month?
Well, if you're going to a 6th personal year, you're definitely going to have to be more attentive to your family and stuff like that. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. People could be getting married. Maybe you're starting a business with your family. It's not necessarily a bad thing.
Understood. Thank you so much, Garry, for your time. I appreciate everything you do.
The guy who started Saudi Arabia, the guy who founded Saudi Arabia, was a 28 life path. A fucking great goddamn man. I've been doing a lot of research on him. And he's also born on the 15th. So while he started the country and he made it very, very prosperous, he kept it in the family. 15. It's a monarchy. And the next king of Saudi Arabia, he's an 8 life path, and he's going to be the 8th king of Saudi Arabia. Beautiful.
Thank you so much, Garry, for your knowledge and your wisdom. I just want to say shout out to Beacon for being the anti-degeneracy group that all men should be striving for. If you're not in Beacon, gentlemen, I highly recommend you get into it.
Yeah, and the people who are attacking me right now, there's a guy named Matt who's attacking me. The reason he's attacking me is because he wanted to sell his OnlyFans manager courses in Beacon, and I said no. So now it's, fuck you, Garry, this and that. No, motherfucker, fuck you. We're not selling degeneracy, ever. And by the way, if you're making millions with OnlyFans, that's not something you should be proud of. That's honestly one of the reasons you failed this reincarnation. You're probably going to hell.
Let's go over to Rick, and then we're going to go to B.
Thanks. I just joined up because I heard Garry. Garry, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. It sounded like you implied that the artificer wants to be an influencer. Is that true or not? My perception.
I think he wants to influence influencers. He doesn't have what it takes to be an influencer himself. He wants to influence influencers.
How do you come to that conclusion?
How do I come to that conclusion? He's out here spilling, saying this, and this without actually any, evidence. At least when it comes to him meeting Satan and the devil, or Lucifer, whatever. The second conclusion is he's here talking, bro. If you're here talking, you trying to influence people. There's no point in talking unless you're trying to influence people. I'm not lying. I'm trying to influence people all the time. Been pretty successful at it too.
Well, I'm going to defend him and just say that number one, he was invited, so there's that. But number two, and
so was I.
I understand you. I didn't say you weren't. So number two is the fact that he brought up Lucifer, and you asked him to prove it. Some things can't be proved, right? Like, so for instance,
I can't see the wind, sir, but I can put my hand in the wind out the window and feel it. Things can be proven.
Okay, so as I understand it, you believe in reincarnation, demons, angels, jinn.
Correct.
Prime creator, karma, reincarnation. So can you prove any one of those?
Yes, you can prove it because there's some people who are old souls and young souls, and if someone for someone to be an old soul, the only possible way that can happen is through reincarnation. There's no other soul. There's no other way. So
So
that
how?
is how I can prove reincarnation is real, because there are old souls and there's young souls. I mean,
Okay.
listen, this is something you know yourself. You know, some people are older souls. You know, some people are younger souls. That proves right there. That proves reincarnation's real.
Okay. So I'll go to your proof then. So old souls, new souls. How do you prove those?
Well, you look at people and you know what they're actually doing in life. You look at the guy like, and this is why numerology is so helpful. It tells you who the old souls are. Look at a guy like, George Washington, who started America. He was born on the 22nd. 22 is a master builder, but you can't be 11, 22, or 33 if you're a young soul. You can only be that if you're an old soul. Same thing with Vladimir Lenin. I don't like the guy, but he was born on the 22nd and he started the Soviet Union. So this is where the numerology comes in. It helps you identify who the old souls and young souls are from a mathematical standpoint.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to your logic here. You, you,
I'm giving you my logic.
yeah, I understand your logic, and it's not evidence. So this is a matter of faith, right? You're having faith in
It's not. It's
numerology.
not. It's not. It's not.
So
It's not a matter of faith. Because I can say that people who are 11s are great athletes. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett. I can say that. Now, I can say that not all 11s are great athletes, but if you look at the presidents, just look at the presidents. Right now, we have Joe Biden, 11. Before that, we had Barack Obama. So we had Donald Trump, who is a dog, who's a 4. But before that, we had Barack Obama. Before Obama, we had George W. Bush at 33. Before that, we had Bill Clinton, 11. So you can see the people who are older souls in positions of power.
okay, so I'm not discounting any of that. I'm saying like
I know you
identifying.
are. And guess what?
Well,
And guess what? I'm not calling you an idiot for asking these questions like that son of a bitch was.
oh, and that's why I'm here. If you're defining old souls as people that act with certain characteristics, right? So certain
Correct.
characteristics are characteristics. They're not necessarily provable as characteristics. So because you have some people that identify one way that have certain characteristics, and maybe 7% or whatever, but that's not conclusive evidence. And so I guess my issue with you and your attack on
Mm-hmm.
artificer, not that I'm not a fanboy of artificer,
Brother,
but
we're good. We're good. You can talk to me. I'm not going to attack you for it. Go ahead.
yeah. So, but I guess what I'm saying is that if you have spiritual inclinations or beliefs, like reincarnation, like demons, like angels, and I asked you to prove that an angel existed, which you believe in, as I
I couldn't.
understand.
No, I could not prove that angel existed, and I'm very, very. I can say that I cannot prove a jinn exists. I cannot prove that. What I
Right.
can prove is with the numerology. I can prove that stuff. But see, here's the difference. I can openly say I can't prove it. And that's why I said an hour ago, I have theorisms. Theorisms are stuff I believe, but I can't prove. So I make the distinction, guy. I make the distinction.
Well, you just gave me conclusive reasoning about what you believe. So my point is this: you believe in jinn, demons, prime creator, karma, reincarnation, all
Yes.
those things.
Yes.
And some of those you
Well,
can't
I see.
prove.
I've seen karma. I've seen karma work, bro.
Well,
I've seen
look, I
karma
believe
at
in
work.
karma too. But if I asked you conclusively to prove angels and demons, you couldn't. I know this because
No.
I believe
No.
them too. But
No.
so when Artificer says, and this is the basis of your argument, that he's seen Lucifer or met him, he can't prove it. You can't prove angels or demons. So how is that?
100%.
How does that reconcile?
I'm not out here making statements I can't prove. I'm easily saying I cannot prove that, where he's saying he has, and then anyone who questions him is a fucking moron. There's a big difference in that, my friend.
I don't recall him saying anybody who doesn't believe him is not a moron. See, I think we're
No, he was attacking me for saying I don't believe, and he was attacking other people as well.
well.
Let's be realistic now.
Well, here's what I would say to that. So I was in the space much longer than you were, and
Okay.
so he was invited as a guest, like you were invited as a guest. And
Mm-hmm.
the premise of his arguments are all based in fact. Now, what I saw some of you and your people accuse him of, and look, I'm not saying this to come up and argue while I'm arguing, but in a civil way. But the point is, like everything he says, and he mentioned Sabrina Wallace, and Peyton brought that up, and I thought that was good points. But everything he says is documented in governmental documents, patents, and completely provable. So the idea
I
that
wasn't.
there's,
I wasn't. I wasn't debating him on shedding. I wasn't
I
debating
think
him
you
of
I
the food we're eating is poison. I wasn't debating him on that. I agree with all of it.
right. I think your impression of shedding is maybe different than his, but his is more transfecting, which is more spiritual in nature and technology. I don't know if your perception of shedding might be like the Maxine did or
I
different.
think that we had technology in Atlantis that was more spiritual based, where now we have technology that's pretty much machine based. Yeah, I do see a difference in the technologies that we had in the past, because the spiritual based technologies, they didn't pollute, they didn't kill. The machine based technologies do. So yes, there is a difference in that. But again, the man said he met Lucifer. I don't trust people who say stuff like that. There's people who say they talk to God. I don't trust people like that, because for all you know, you could be talking to some jinn and you believe it's God. I have my own perceptions, and I tell people what is a theorism, what isn't. Numerology is not a theorism. Numerology is fact.
Right. So, all right. So I get that part, but you do believe in demons and angels, and so let me ask you this: do you believe that there are people that are called to do the works of God? Let me just phrase it simply that way.
I don't think God interferes. No.
Oh, okay. Do you believe that?
I think he gives us free will. And by the way, I think there's many gods, and I think there's one prime creator. And I think the God of this matrix, this third dimensional matrix, is pure evil. That's my belief.
And what's the evidence of that? I'm not being argumentative. I'm just asking.
Too many people dying of hunger. Too many people dying. Kids being basically orphaned and getting adopted by homosexuals and being molested. There's a lot of nasty shit that goes on that's protected by the law. And when the law and justice mean completely different things, yeah, there's an evil hand. I remember in the movie The Devil's Advocate, he's Al Pacino says the law, his favorite tool, and I see it every single day.
Which is Artificer's premise as well. So I think you guys probably agree on a lot more than you disagree.
That might be true, but I'm not out here saying I saw the devil, and or Satan came to me and offered me a deal. That's not how it works. No one on this planet is that important that Lucifer is going to come to him, or God's. See, that's ego. That's ego. No one's that important. Absolutely no one, including myself.
Well, potentially, but I would say that I guess we can agree to disagree. I guess
That's fine.
my main issue is that you know citing no evidence on the fact that he has evidence other than the thing that he can't provide evidence on, which is having a meeting with Lucifer, which is what he said. But at the end of the
Yep.
day, many of us can't prove a lot of things, and that's my point here. You can't prove that angels or demons exist. You're making a judgment
I
that
don't try to.
I understand, but you do believe in it, and he believes in what he believes in, and so to make a judgment on
No,
his
no, no, no.
premise versus
He
yours,
believes
give me the
he
distinction.
saw. He believes so. Lucifer came to him. That's a ego. No one's that important, bro. That's all ego talking. See, if he actually wants to commit real change, it's not. It's not people's. If you want to change people's minds, you have to put in the work. You have to do what you need to do. And if you say stuff like that, you're going to get crushed. So maybe he needs better talking points, and then we won't run into issues like that. I'm not the only one who challenged him on that, because that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. So maybe if he wants to do what he wants to do, maybe he should keep that out of the discussion, because he opens that Pandora's box by saying stuff like that. Keep it on what you were saying before. As soon as he said that, that was it. Lights out. I'm after him.
I would argue that if you listen to the recording, you were after him way before that, but that's a separate issue. Okay,
No, no, no,
I'll give
no,
you the
no.
background. Well, you interrupted him quite a lot during that time before he
He
brought up
interrupted me quite a lot.
I listened to the recording and then we can debate it. But so and I don't discount what you said. It's a profound statement. I guess the point is, if I were talking about ego, I would also say that saying that you're a millionaire and saying that you've influenced 1 billion people is also
Fact.
ego. Well, I understand,
How is
but
that? No, no, whoa, 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 whoa. That's
yeah,
not ego. That is fact. I am a multimillionaire. I
no,
hang around billionaires. I deal with people in very, very high positions. I mean, there's people here who can verify. One person I can put out there is Mark Cuban. I can put that out there for a decade, and I did
but
have 2.6 billion views since January 2023. That's all fact, bro. That's not
but
ego.
but
That's
look,
facts.
facts are facts. I understand. I'm not discounting that they're facts. I'm saying using them as clout, could be interpreted as ego. So all I'm saying is, like, you judge
Mm,
the situation.
That's your interpretation. That's your
I would say
interpretation.
that's dictionary interpretation. If I state
Me,
who I
me,
am,
me, me going out and saying facts. That's ego. Me saying facts. So. If Michael Jordan says he won 6 championships, that's ego. No, that's fact, bro.
well,
Let's keep it real.
okay. If I go to a party and I meet a doctor, and his name's Gerald Herrera, and I say, hey, my name's Rick, and he says, my name's Doctor Gerald Herrera or whatever. I mean, that's a little bit of ego, right? Like, ego can be distributed in
No,
different.
no, that's how you. That's that he earned the right. He put in the work to be addressed as a doctor. I see no issues with that.
Okay. Well, yeah. All right. Well, then we can all.
This is the thing. This is the thing. Some people create things and some people don't, and it's very difficult for people who don't create things to understand the way people think who actually do create things.
And what would you accuse artificer of not creating?
I
Other than
don't think he
one.
created anything.
Well,
I don't think that guy has any clout whatsoever.
well, he's changed international law, or he's changed international law. So
Yeah,
that's
so have a lot of lawyers who no one knows their name.
yeah, but that's, I mean, if we're talking about clout, or affecting public presence and benefiting humanity.
I've done a lot more than that than he has,
And look,
with
I
all due
understand
respect.
measuring. I get all that. It's just the point I'm making is to judge a person on what they on a religious experience, while you yourself have religious connotations. And I
Why is
understand.
that religious? Why is that religious?
Well, I could say, neither one is religious technically. If I believe
There
in
you go.
demons and angels, right? So, but if I believe in demons and angels, I could be called crazy by a lot of people too. So if I use numerology and I said that, you know,
Not spiritual people, not spiritual people. Listen. No matter what you say, someone's going to call you crazy. No doubt
indeed.
about it. But there's a fine line between saying I met Lucifer not once but twice. Come on, bro.
And so let me
We
all
got
right.
some more
Let
people
me
that have
end with
questions.
No.
let
Let
me
him
end with
talk. Let him talk.
well, all right. Yeah. So prove. So you would have the burden of proving that he didn't as well. Like, so you just say, okay, I met Lucifer. It's crazy.
No. The burden of proof is on him to
Right.
actually prove he did. That's not the other way around, my friend. He's the
No,
one making
I
outrageous
understand that.
claims. Now,
But
if someone says, "Yo, prove your numerology," I'll go into a spiel. I'll go right into a spiel, and I will do my best to prove it from a statistical standpoint that numerology is real.
right. It's still not the scientific method, is what I'm saying. Your evidence of your evidence.
Science is not caught up to certain things. I mean,
Well,
it was the astrologer. It was, hold on. It was the astrologers who said 400 years ago, when it's a full moon, people go crazy. It wasn't the scientists didn't catch up till about 100 years ago when they figured out the full moon pulls on the tides and 70% of the human body is liquid. So there's a point right there where the astrologers are way ahead of the scientists.
uh, 70% of the human body is more like 90%. It's crystalline, but that's a different.
Whatever you want to say, but most of the body is liquid.
It's not really liquid. It's a crystalline structure, but that's a separate issue. But my whole point
Semantics.
is, perhaps, but my whole point is this: that the defamation of his character in general, I think after the fact, especially, uh, is much of the arguments were unfounded. And I'll say this, because let's just take the issue of Lucifer aside, right? Which that is a profound claim, right? You take that out of the
Mhm.
mix, and a lot of people accusing of having no, credentials, no evidence, but the evidence of everything else he is saying. So let's say he can't prove that. Take it off the table for a minute. The evidence of everything else he is saying about the biofield, about the W band, about the technology that's in play, every single other thing is provable on paper. And that's,
Was I arguing about any of those things?
in general, yes, you were. So
No, I wasn't. I was one of the most anti-vax people in the fucking world, guy. One of the most anti-vax people in the world. I know the food's bad. I know the radiation and all this other stuff is bad for us. This is not rocket scientists, my man.
well,
You think it's a
obviously,
rocket science? Well, hold on. You think it's rocket science that know that if you go into some cave in Wyoming where there's no 5G, there's no contaminated food, and you live off the land, that's not the best way to go? What do you think? People don't know that stuff? Of course they do. But guess what? We're stuck in this, matrix, and quite frankly, no one's going back to caveman days. That's just unrealistic.
well, and those are obvious things. Anybody with, a remote, or just an inkling of emotional intelligence knows the vax is, a pandemic, and that it's not even, the viruses haven't been proven. And I mean, like, that's just amateur knowledge. I get all that. That's simplistic stuff. My point is that if you take away the one thing that he can't necessarily prove, it's a matter of faith, because everybody has faith in different things, right? Everybody, I mean, you'd have to discount the whole Catholic Church, which you could technically, whatever. My point is that,
Brother, I can't discount that, because what you're telling me is, oh, okay, this team had a perfect record until they lost this game. But if you take that game out, they're perfect. Or this guy fought a great boxing match. If he just didn't get knocked out by that one punch, it would, that's not the reality.
well, no,
He needs to take that out of his spiel, and maybe his message will be more effective.
well, that's subjective.
And one more thing. I am being a lot more courteous and respectful to you than he would have been to anybody.
Well, look, when you're getting lambasted from 8 different people from different angles, and I got cut out of the conversation, it's understandable why someone would retaliate. I get that. There was energy going on there that was spinning around in circles. I get that. My point is this: that, and I'll land, is that his claim is subjective, and you call it crazy, which I'm not saying that one way or another. I mean, that's your perception. Because you say it's crazy and
You believe him?
impossible,
You believe him? You believe he met Lucifer?
I reserve judgment on that. So, I
I,
believe,
I asked him. I asked if you believed. You
I,
can give us an honest answer.
I'm not sure. But my
You're
point,
not sure.
yeah,
Okay.
the point is, like, if I believe in somebody, if I believe in you, and, if I don't have to have 100% belief in a thing to understand the validity of the thing, right? Every single thing, like if I go to your house and I open up your closets and your skeletons, I'm going to find something that's not on par with what you say out loud. So, but my point is,
I guess it's my fault for letting you in the house and letting you see that stuff.
right? But my point is that it's still subjective. It's not objective. Like, your objective reality is not necessarily the reality of everything. That's not my only point. You can say it's crazy.
My objective reality was to prove numerology and astrology works, and millions upon millions of people now actually believe in numerology and astrology because of what I did and what I said. My message was effective. His is not. Big
Well,
difference.
that's also subjective, saying his message
No,
is
it's not
not.
subjective. No, it's not subjective, because you can actually prove that by the numbers. That no men were not into numerology and astrology
No, I'm not
before
talking
me.
about numerology.
I came down here to Florida, and the red pill movement said this is for women. Now most of those same people are on my team.
I am not.
That's not subjective. That's a fact.
I'm not arguing numerology at all. I'm arguing that you're saying that his message is no good when I'm saying no.
He's not effective. He's not effective at delivering it. That's for sure.
Well, I think he admitted that. You know, so but
So see, this is what he needs to do then. This is what he needs to do, and listen to me correctly because I know what I'm talking about. There's a guy named Rollo Tomasi. He is the father of the Red Pill movement. But see, he didn't have a mouthpiece himself. So what he did was he got a guy named Michael Sartain to do the talking for him, and they started. Their message was a lot more effective. So if he doesn't have those skills, what he has to do is find someone who does have those skills and teach him what he knows. That's the effective way of getting things done. He's not going to be able to do it himself.
I think you're under the premise that he wants to be an influencer, and that's not the case at all.
No, no, he wants to influence. That's a fact. He's in here trying to influence people. That's a fact. By definition, that is an influencer. He's just doing it at a very, very small scale.
That's a modern marketing term. He was in here because he was invited because he has a message. So call it whatever you want. I mean,
but he's trying to influence his message to people, bro.
If you have a mission, right? I don't know if you're in the military. Now, if you have a mission, your mission overrides everything else. That's his mission. I think being an influencer and having a mission are two different things, right? So what he
see, but how does he convey his message without actually being an influencer? Tell me.
How does he?
Catch 22 there. See?
No. Look, explain that to me. That doesn't make any logical sense. How does he?
How are you supposed to effectively get your? If your mission is to spread this information, how are you supposed to do it without actually influencing people?
If I'm in the military and my mission is to kill somebody, I have to.
No. His mission is to spread the information. You have different missions. His mission involves influencing others. Your mission, if that was what it was, would have been taking someone out. You do not need to influence people to take someone out, but to spread a message, to get the gospel out there, whatever he's out there preaching, you have to influence people. That's a fact, my friend.
I don't think if you believe in the Bible, just hear the story of John the Baptist, I don't think his mission and his tactic for the mission didn't follow any kind of order. He's just saying what he said. I think that in this case, it's.
I mean, you're bringing up the Bible, and that's very difficult that's very difficult to argue because that's based off faith and stuff like that.
No, I'm bringing up a story. I'm talking about a prophet on a mission. You're the one who
bring me real life examples. Michael Jordan influenced people to watch basketball, and as a result, now people like LeBron James have billions of dollars. He had a mission. And he did it through the public. Some people can accomplish their missions without influencing others. The mission that he says he's on is not possible to do without influencing others. As I've seen, he's influenced you.
No, I look at facts. I'll just take it back to the military. If a general has a mission, his mission is not to influence others. His mission is to get the job done. Your lens.
And how is he supposed to get the job done, sir, without influencing others? Tell me.
It's called rank. Your
rank.
In the military.
Rank?
In the military.
Brother, this isn't the military. This isn't the military. He's in the spaces trying to he's in the spaces and he's trying to influence people. By definition, you have to influence people.
Your lens is modern day marketing, and I get your lens. But the point is, if somebody wants to speak and they're invited to a meeting and they speak what their mission is to speak, what you're imposing is a formulation to that. Because he has no formulation, it doesn't make it not credible. And that's my point. It does not make it not credible. He said himself that his mission and who he's speaking to is whoever has ears to hear, which by default means that he's not trying to get an audience. It means that he's speaking a mission, and if there's 200 people in the audience, let me finish. 200 people in the audience, and if he affects 2, then he has accomplished his mission. That's also a credible mission. It doesn't have to be framed in a marketing framework, in a modern day marketing framework, which is only 100 years old, to be able to affect the end result of the mission. It might be one person out of 179, whoever was in the space.
I see. So if it's one person out of 179 or one person out of 1 million, that's a success?
I guess if you have a mission and you're passionate about the mission, That would be a success. Yeah, I suppose
So,
it would. Or
if you influence one person out of a million, you consider that successful.
I guess if I influenced George Washington and he became president and I was his father or uncle, yeah, I guess that would be successful. You never know who you're going
Huh?
to influence, right? So,
Well, I think that if you want to actually, if you're in the mission and that mission basically includes changing people's minds, changing the way they think, the more people you reach, the better chances you have of reaching those people who are going to actually listen to you.
and I agree in that paradigm. And I'm saying maybe that's not his paradigm. For you to say
He's out of his element, man. He's
I'm,
out of his element. He really needs to work on his people skills.
see,
He's
there
not a
you
very
go.
good he's not a
This is
very
why you
good
never have
public
that argument
speaker.
because you say that a
No,
person
but
needs to
I'm
do X,
stating
Y, Z.
fact though. I'm stating fact though.
You're saying he needs to do X, Y, Z because that's your
Yes.
paradigm, that's your lens. You have to understand, like your lens is not everybody else's lens. Like your lens is a
So
market.
if you're telling me influencing one person out of a million, and if all and that's all, what he does, and that's successful, fine. If you believe that, if you can go to bed and believe, yo, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna preach, go Palestine, go Israel, or whatever, and I can get one person to believe, and if you think that's successful, good for you. That's fine. I don't. I don't.
Well, yeah, we can agree to disagree. I think
If
Gandhi's
you have a
wrong.
mission, let me tell you what my mission was. My mission was to get this world into numerology and astrology. I accomplished my mission,
And
and guess what? I'm not even done.
what would you say about him accomplishing his mission?
If he needs to accomplish his mission, he's going to have better people skills to actually reach out. He's going to has to actually be better at articulating what the hell he says. And quite frankly, I got to be honest with you, I don't think he has it in him.
Right.
But if you obviously
You're
are
assuming the premise of his mission, and that's where you're wrong. That's where your perspective is wrong. If I was if the mother of Martin Luther King, I think did a pretty good job with her mission. The mother of Gandhi, I would say, did a pretty good job with her mission. So
I mean, you're bringing up one out of a billion people, bro.
I'm bringing up somebody's mission. So what you're saying is
You're comparing what Martin Luther King did to that guy.
it's
I
more,
mean, I mean, let's be honest here. Come on now, we're
no,
out of our element here.
no. I'm saying that the mission is a mission, and your lens of a mission is to take over the world and be a millionaire and have a billion people that you've influenced, and that's cool. That's your mission.
No,
And
that's not my mission. That's not my mission.
it seems like you've
My
stated that.
mission is my mission is very different. My mission is to actually change this world in a way where people will rebel against the elite in a more of a peaceful manner, because if you try to confront them with weapons, you try to confront them with tanks, you're going to lose. But if you notice what the Christians did, they didn't actually go to war like that. They basically did it through influence, peaceful influence. I think that's very possible to do what I'm doing right now.
Well, I would say that's a good mission. My point is,
again, that's subjective. You would think that's a good mission, other people wouldn't not. But one thing we can say is I'm very successful at what I did. There's no one in the world who has made a name for themselves in numerology the way I have. And I was very successful in my mission because I have basically changed the lives and minds of countless people. He hasn't. Now, if you want to make the argument, well, not everyone is that important and he can touch one person, those are good talking points. But at the end of the day, numbers matter, mathematics matter. And if I influence 10 million people and he only does 10 people, yeah, you could say one of his 10 is going to be Martin Luther King. But the percentages are one of my people are going to be Martin Luther King, or a couple of them before anyone he touches, because numbers matter. The end game matters.
well, if I invent electricity, then I've done one thing that affects billions of people. So,
Correct.
I get your logic.
And by the way, that was Thomas Edison, who's a 33 life path, who did that.
Okay,
Born on the 11th.
Thomas Edison was a thief. So
that a lot of people call 33s thieves. A lot of people call that thieves. I don't actually know that was the case.
Yeah, well, I mean, Edison was a thief. He stole 10.
I mean, a lot of people say that. Did you actually know him personally? No.
No. Well, I know the history. that we use AC
A lot
electricity.
of the victors write the history, my friend.
Okay, into the room on your lights, and that's from Tesla, not from Edison. That's a separate subject.
Okay,
But
if you say so.
I don't say so. Look it up. I mean, you know, it's
I mean, I
evident.
can look up a lot of things on the internet. Listen, I know from my history, people say I'm the devil. I made a deal with Baal, all this other fucking crap. A lot of people like talking shit about 33s because they can't accomplish what 33s have.
I would never agree
33s
with
are
you on that.
33s are the best at influence, bro. You can go down to Thomas Edison, you can go down to the Wright brothers, the guy who fucking created the internet, the guy who created basketball, Dr. Joe Naismith. These are 33s. They influence, and guess what? A lot of people don't like that influence, and they start talking shit. Now, I can't say for 100% you're wrong, but you can't say for 100% you're right either.
Well, okay. I think a good way to end this is 33 Edison. I don't know what Tesla was, but Edison.
He was a one.
Edison. Okay. Well, Edison took all of Tesla's technology, robbed
False.
him. Really?
I know the family. Do you?
Huh?
I know the family. Do you? Do you also know that he had a disease that no one knows about? Right. Number one, the Tesla and him did not hate each other. That's right from the family. Okay,
No,
they're from
no.
Ohio.
He
I
worked.
live a
He
city
worked for.
over.
Look,
So
I didn't
you
say.
don't know for sure. Neither do I. But that's
Okay, but
semantics right there, man.
semantics is not the fact that Edison invented the generator. Edison invented AC electricity, the propagation of
Thousands
it.
of inventions, my friend. Thousands.
I'm sorry, what?
He had hundreds to thousands of inventions.
No. Well, first of all, Edison was a manager and a marketer, and Tesla was he
False.
co-opted everybody else's technology. Tesla invented AC, invented the generator, the alternator. So that's the facts. I mean, that's you can look up the patents and see that until Edison took all his technology away. So if Edison was a 33, then I'm going to agree 100% that he was a great marketer. He killed elephants and other animals to demonstrate how horrible AC
That
electricity
elephant,
was.
no, that elephant was going to be put to death anyways. Number one, back in the day, if an elephant killed its trainer, they put it to death. That elephant, Willie the elephant, or whatever his name was literally being put to death. Edison said, "Why don't we try it this way?" And that's what happened. But he was also his hand was also for. No, I mean that's what they did. If an elephant killed people, they put it to death. That's what they did back then. It was going to die
They didn't
anyways,
do
but it
public
was also
killings of
forced on him.
elephants with AC electricity. So sorry, that's a fraudulent statement there. They killed him they killed the elephant in public to demonstrate how terrible AC electricity was, so that they could defame AC electricity and then take all the patents, take every bit of rights that Tesla had to his inventions and steal them. So that's just historical fact. So let's just land here then. I'll be set on
Nah,
that
it's
Edison
not a
was a
fact
brilliant
on how the
marketer.
elephant died. It would have died anyways. But okay.
Chris, I'm gonna leave for 5 minutes. Now I'm gonna come back with my main account and get more people in here.
No problem.
So to say the elephant would have died anyway, and Edison making a public spectacle of it is kind of like how would you call this online? You'd call that virtue signaling, right? So I'm going to do something
That's what they
public.
did back then, though. I mean, that is what they did. I mean, we had people in like the Bronx Zoo jail in the 20s, 30s. It was a different world, my friend. I mean, I agree with you. I don't deny what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I respectfully get your point, but I will say it was a little bit different back then. It was like kind of like if you had, for example, Edison had a disease. His wife had to communicate. He had to go to business meetings with his wife, and his wife had to knock on the table to tell Edison what the people in the business meeting were saying because he was half deaf. If you were half deaf back then, they would send you to the basically an asylum, a crazy house, and they basically give you a lobotomy. That's what they did. So it's a different world. They were literally sending people to asylums, to crazy houses, or whatever they called them back then, because they didn't realize that if you were deaf or if you had Asperger's or something like that, that you weren't a child of the devil. They didn't get that back then. They thought he was that.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with him being a brilliant marketer and thief. I mean, like those are separate issues. So he was a brilliant marketer and a brilliant thief, just like Bill Gates, a brilliant marketer and a brilliant thief. So that has nothing to do with anything. I mean, Bill Gates, attempted to steal his partner's all of his part of Microsoft when he had cancer and was dying in the hospital. So that's what you call a brilliant, heartless dragon thief, you know.
I don't
So
disagree with
you know,
Bill Gates. I just think comparing Edison to Bill Gates is a kind of a stretch for what Edison did for the world compared to Bill. But I do understand what you're saying with
Bill
Bill, no
Gates
doubt about it.
brought through his thievery and technology brought every personal computer. I mean, after Jobs, but I mean, he brought every personal. He's the one who brought computers to the world.
The
So
Xbox did a lot of damage, didn't it? I mean, the Xbox, right? I mean, a lot of kids became, you look at what the Xbox did to society. We could argue, he was behind that too. So I do
of
understand
course,
what you're saying.
well, and he's behind the population agenda
Yeah,
and
no,
all
I,
that
I
stuff. So
respect, I respect your
right,
point. You have every right to. I respectfully disagree in that area, but I totally understand what you're. I do understand what you're saying. So,
yeah,
sir, I do respectfully get your point, and you have every right to believe that. And I'm
so
not saying 100% wrong either.
right. And so my only point, I'm going to land here because I got to run, but I will say that, if 33s are brilliant marketers, then I would agree that Edison fits the bill. I would also say that he's a thief and a genius, and that Tesla brought the technology. And, this is so.
Okay.
So if I
Okay.
compare Artifice to Tesla and a 33 to Edison, I'm good, and I'll land there. And I
Okay.
appreciate your
Okay.
time, and I appreciate people not being hostile and allowing me to make my argument.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you. And, it's always good to have healthy debate. That's what this is, hopefully free speech is all about. So I
Yeah.
respect you and I appreciate your time here.
Thank you, and I'll sign out.
You're
Appreciate it.
very welcome. Thank you. Have a great day as well. Safe travels.
Before we go over to B, I do want to say something about Bill Gates that probably not many people know. He did go to the only high school in the nation that had a computer accessible to them. And I don't even think the school owned that computer, which is kind of lucky if you think about it. I mean, the only school in the nation to actually have a computer, and that's what got him interested. Also, one of his friends, who was also a better coder than he was, actually died in a hiking trail. So, that graduating year. So, luck and risk.
Oh, yeah. That's wild. I did not know any of that. That's very fascinating.
Let's go over B real quick.
Hey, I have a question for Garry. Can I wait for him?
Sure. I would say that that's the only option there.
Okay, I will.
We got Peyton back. What's up, Peyton?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening, Peyton.
Loud and clear.
Peyton,
I can't hear BK.
Oh, you can't? That's not good.
I might have to come back.
If you tell her if she drops back down, I'll put her right back up.
If you drop down, he'll bring you back up. Yo, what do you think about the little Seinfeld troll?
Oh, it was great. I mean, it was great just because, like, not the it was just meant in fun. It was a good ice, way to de-ice or throw some water on the fire, and have a laugh. And I even think our guest of the night laughed as well. I'm sure he's a Seinfeld fan, and who isn't? I mean, if you like that '90s humor.
Yeah, it worked like a charm. Let's go over to Boar Man. What's up, man? You got your hand up.
What's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear, man.
Awesome. So I obviously wanted to talk to Garry, but since he's not here, I guess we'll just wait for him in the meantime. But I'm a 33-7. I'm born November 25th, 1995. If anyone wants to check the math, go ahead. My question for Garry was going to be about being born in a pig year, like what kind of guidance that he could give me for that, and like how I can like lay low in the next year because it's going to be an enemy year.
I got some advice, bro. For next year in your enemy year, don't roll in the mud, man. Don't roll in the mud.
Okay.
Pigs love to roll in the mud and get down in dirt. Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
That can mean a lot of things, but thank you. What else was there? I wanted to say something else. I'll just wait and just say what I had to say to Garry when he comes back. All right, thank you.
Elijah, what's up, man?
What's up, man? How's everybody's day?
Pretty good, man. I'm, recovering well. I've been dealing with a sinus infection. I had a fever the other day, and I'm feeling a little better than I was the last 2 days.
I feel that. So I have like, they're quick questions. I have advice for my personal year. I'm currently in a 11 year, and I'm going into a 3. I have a advice for just quick things that you were able to say about that.
Is this for VK or?
Yeah, yeah, VK, yeah, you can answer it.
And you said you wanted to know a little bit about being a 33.
No, so I'm an 8 life path with
Okay.
with a partial 6 because that's the day I'm born on. But I'm in 11 personal life path, and I'm going into a 3. I mean, not life path. My personal year. I'm in 11 right now. I'm going into a 3. What would be your advice for that?
Yeah, so going into a 3, you're going to want to be as social as you possibly can. 3 is the number of communication. It's also the number of socialization and fun. If you work a ton in the 3 personal cycle, you're going to have problems. So you need to reserve some time for work and some time for play. The key is that you do not become extraordinarily lazy and party and become addicted to partying. I see that happen all the time. One of the best pieces of advice I can give you is this is the time to meet a lot of influential people. Put yourself out there. You want to make a podcast, you want to start talking, you want to write a book, you want to push your website. This is the year to do it. Other than that, when it comes down to it, watch your bag. Do not blow your money on dumb stuff in that year. You're going to think very childishly. Another thing is don't cheat on your significant other. You're going to be, a little bit more prone to having children and stuff like that. And that also goes with, romance, to put it politically correct. So watch out with, where you put your, intentions with the ladies. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, and then Payne's not here anymore, but I was on the last space when she was giving out the website for the go look at your own chart. So I have a website that I've been using for the last like 2 years, and I matched it with the one that she said to use. But my question with that is, some of the degrees of the planets are different between the websites on my chart. How much does that matter? And should I just go off the website that she said to use?
Yeah, definitely use follow Peyton at Peyton Elroy on X. She's
Oh
wonderful. She
yeah, I
just hit
followed
her.
her.
Yeah, use her website. It's great. Also, you could use other websites that add up to what that chart's giving you. Typically, the charts are very accurate. Unless you're a real astrologist and you're really trying to take a hard look at this, natal charts are kind of extinct because AI takes care of it. The computer takes care of it. I don't imagine that we're going to be making real natal charts in the future like we do today. We don't even really do it today. So you just pull it up on a computer, just like AI is going to try to replace numerologists, astrologists, pilots, this, that. Everything is going to be tried, be replaced eventually. And it's going to be how you articulate a message at that point. And there is a human element to being an astrologist or numerologist that really can't be replaced because, AI is not all knowing to some extent because it has so much data information. One day it'll be perfected. But yeah, to answer your question, Peyton's website's great. It's very simple. Keep it simple, stupid.
All right, and then I only have 2 more questions. They'll be quick. I want to know the advantages of being a horse because I hear a lot of that the cats and the tigers are really good workers, but I thought the horses were one of the best workers as well, and things like that. Like, what are my advantages of being a horse, being born in the horse year?
You're going to be very loyal to people that you love and care about. And loyalty comes with stubbornness, right? So Kobe Bryant was very loyal to the Los Angeles Lakers. And that came at a fault at times when they didn't put players around him, but he was very stubborn, set in his morals, and that's what made him one of the greatest basketball players to ever live. Another aspect.
I'm on the phone right now. All right. Yeah, you're able to keep going. I'm listening.
Yeah. So Another aspect of being a horse is, you're gonna have a strong body for a long time. So my grandfather's in his 80s, and he can basically take a snowblower up a flight of steps. He can work in the lawn. Warren Buffett is a horse. He's in his 90s, and he is pretty much the same as he was 10, 15, 20 years ago. Not a whole lot different. So that's something that important to keep in mind. Other than that, one advantage of being a horse is you're going to rebel when things go wrong. The horse is not going to put up with a society that's crumbling, but it's also their disadvantage because they stand for something so strong that it can cost a lot of money and support from other people. Like Kobe Bryant did things his way. Watch out with the relationship with your kids. Make sure you're good to your kids. I can't say any more than that, my friend.
Okay, so basically being strong time, that mean I would have good health. It was the sign would be a benefit.
Yeah. You'll have good health. Just make sure you don't, just like a horse, screw up your legs or your knees. Once a horse takes a real hard fall, they're never the same again. So make sure, like Kobe, once he started having that knee issue,
And he tore his Achilles.
yeah, and the feet, anything with the legs and the feet and the Achilles and all that, it can really hamper them. Notice Kobe Bryant, whether he was on HGH or steroids or not. If you notice, Kobe was in his 40s and he looked like he was in his 30s, 20s. He didn't have a lot of wrinkles. I know he was bald and shaved his head just like Jordan, but if you look at LeBron the Rat, LeBron has the body of a maybe a 25, 30-year-old at this point, but he does not have the face of that. So Warren Buffett always kind of looks the same as you remember him. So that's an advantage that horses have.
All right, and then my last question, you probably won't answer it because it's probably something that I probably have to pay for or be in the group as well. Is the what's the significance of being born on July 6th? I know it's like a special date because I was born in the United States. I just don't know the significance of it.
Like I said, I might have said this before, but I'll say it again. July 6th is just for whatever reason an incredibly famous birthday in America. You have George W. Bush, you have Sylvester Stallone, you have 50 Cent. When it comes down to the reasoning, it's hard to say. It's really not anything I'm trying to avoid. It's just basically um, being born under that Cancer energy is going to be very beneficial in America, and it just so happens that July 6th is 76, right? 7 plus 6. The 76ers. You start noticing there's some correlations to the 13 families and stuff like that. So a lot of very wealthy people born July 6th. Can't say any more than that, man. Not really that I have anything to say, honestly, or I'm hiding anything.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I was just wondering if there's any like big significance behind it or anything like that, and things like that. Oh, I have one more question that I got off the space the other day. I wasn't able to ask the other night. Was so you brought up the benefits, how certain signs have benefits in the dream world, and you said Cancer, Pisces, Aquarius, and Capricorn. I was wondering, since I am a Cancer, what would be my benefits in the like a dream world? Like what are those benefits that they have over the other signs that other signs maybe are not as capable of doing, or we just we easily have those abilities to do them that other signs maybe have to work harder for?
Pay attention to your dreams because Cancers, Pisces, and certain signs can bring ideas from the dream world into reality. Most of the famous people and influential people I met, I dreamed about them before I did it. You look at people like Phil Knight or Steve Jobs. They're all born under that Pisces energy. Phil Knight created Nike February 24th, and Steve Jobs created Apple, born February 24th. There's no coincidences. Two of the biggest companies in the world.
So because
All right, we're yeah. I'm gonna keep it moving here.
all right.
So that's yeah. I appreciate you. Been on here for a while, and I don't take it disrespectfully.
No, I understand.
Yes, sir.
One hell of a marathon, if you ask me.
Yeah. I've been on here for 15, 20 hours. I still feel great, but just trying to make sure that we stay
Of course you
constructive.
do.
Thank you, man.
VK,
Yes, sir.
I will ask you the question for you. Gary, Gary once told me that I wasn't going to be billionaire, but will I be millionaire? My birthday is March 3rd, 2002.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the question.
I once asked to Gary, like, will I be millionaire? In like
Billionaire.
billionaire, yeah. And he told me that I wasn't going to be billionaire. But am I going to be millionaire? A little bit less than billionaire.
3/3/2002 is your birthday?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, try to strive for tech. But I cannot answer that question. I think you could be a millionaire, but you need to get really good with tech.
I mean, realistically speaking, anybody can become a millionaire. It's not based on your birthday, it's based on your actions.
Yeah, especially in America or anywhere, really, the way things are going with tech.
Yeah, I meant like from a numerology perspective,
Like I said before, you could be a multimillionaire, but to be worth hundreds and hundreds of millions, you're gonna have to hit it big with tech. You're gonna have to do something like revolutionary with that.
like Facebook too.
Well, yeah, you got to do something with tech. You have to do something with engineering, tech, etc. And you can do it. It doesn't mean you can't be a billionaire. It's just your path is going to have to be very, very conducive on meeting influential people before you're 28 years old, 29, 30, 31, 32. You got to meet as many people by 33 years old as you can.
Yeah.
If you want that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yo, VK, can I speak?
Mr. Platano, what's up, man?
Yo, what's good, my boy?
What's good, brother?
What's up, my Jewish brother VK?
What's good, my man?
Yeah, it's actually funny because one of the other Jewish brothers who was speaking, he said his brother's birthday is August 10th, 1996. That's actually my birthday. Gary laughed and he didn't get into it, so that was kind of piqued my interest for my birthday. I was gonna ask Gary about it, but would you have anything you could say on that birthday at all? Cause I'm a 7 life path, bro. But I'm gonna be honest with you. From what I learned about the 7 life path, it doesn't really resonate with me. I feel like I really resonate with that Leo energy and being born on a one day. Like that's and people who know me would say the same thing too. So I was just curious about that birthday.
What's your birthday?
August 10th, 1996. It's the same as that other guy who was just speaking, his brother.
Okay. So what's your question basically? What do you want? You want to know August 10th, 96, right? You want to know what? What do you want me to go into?
Why do I really resonate more with that one energy than that 7 life path? And like, what's a really good career choice for that? Because I got out the military and I'm like struggling what path I should go. And I'm like, I read about the 7 life path, but it's like when I look about the one life path or one energy and like Leo's, I'm like, that sounds a lot more like me than opposed to the 7 life path.
Well, sevens, I don't think this is a secret, so I'll say it. Sevens do extraordinarily well with tech. Back in the day, sevens were broke as hell. They were the advisors to very rich men, but that didn't make you rich. Sometimes they were priests, sometimes they were, pastors. And then in this era, it's not as much who you know, it's what you know. So, look at this. The most powerful man in tech is Larry Ellison. He's a 7 life path. Mark Cuban is a 7 life path. Elon Musk is a 7 life path. Jerry Seinfeld, a 7 life path. Leonardo DiCaprio, the top actor in the world from a fame standpoint, is a 7. So when you look at these 7 life paths, they tend to dominate in film and technology. Why? Because 7s do really well in that field because they're engineering. They think like engineers. So that is something that you're going to have to really focus on. The physical world is falling apart. The future is going to be replaced. That you sound like a guy that's going to want to do more physical type stuff or in the real world type stuff, and that's not a knock on you, but you're going to have to shift your mindset into technology or films, movies, stuff like that, media. The 7s typically do a very good job. One of the biggest influencers on X in the media or political realm is Mike Cernovich. Mike Cernovich is a 7 life path. He got extraordinarily famous off of Twitter. And then you have Elon Musk, who is the most influenced, the most retweeted, the most liked, the most interacted with social media account in the world. So Mr. Musk actually is the #1 influencer on Earth. He's not only the richest man, he has the most interacted with account on planet Earth, and he's a 7 life path. So you're going to do well with that type of stuff.
All right, cool. All right, that sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, because like I said, it's so funny because when I got out of the military, a lot of my friends were like pushing me into going into like acting and going into film. So that's kind of funny that you said that because I was always thinking about that in the back of my mind. Um, got a lot of friends out in California, so that's pretty cool. Also, I have another question, real quick one. So I currently live in a horse city. I know that's probably bad because ever since I moved here, things have went downhill. I'm actually planning on moving back to New York City, where I was born at, actually to work for a tech company. And I was wondering, when it comes to moving, do I just look at the state and the city as a whole? I know New York is a rat city and a rat state, but do I have to look at the like the boroughs? Like, do I have to see what the Bronx was founded in, what year the Brooklyn, or does state and city supersede all that?
Well, boroughs I don't understand as much, but the city and the state are most important. So, like, I think Fort Lauderdale in Florida is a pig. A lot of pigs hide out there.
Okay.
So you're gonna want to just try to get the city right. I mean, the boroughs, take a look at them. Sometimes the boroughs don't have clear cut founding dates. I don't
Exactly.
know.
Yeah.
So yeah, just focus on the city and obviously the state. So if I was a pig, I'd go out and move to Fort Lauderdale, which is a pig city. I like Lottie. Lottie's a good place. Boca might be a pig. I'll have to look, but I'm just saying that's what you do, and you want to avoid horse cities.
Facts. Facts. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Shalom.
Shalom, my brother.
Thank you.
Yo, VK, can I speak?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Not really the co-host right now, but yeah. I mean, unless there's an order they want to go with, go ahead.
All right, sure. So I have 3 questions. The first one is, I wasn't like dreaming for 2 years maybe, and I don't understand why it did happen, and then like suddenly
Who's got their hand up next?
I started to like dream sometimes now. Do you understand why?
Oh, sorry. I was looking for someone. I'm trying to help here. So you're wondering why you started dreaming again?
Yeah, because I wasn't like dreaming. I was not dreaming at all, like for 2 years, and then it came
A
back
lot.
suddenly.
So sometimes it's a woman that you're with. They could be like an energetic vampire it's creating succubus. It could be related to drugs. It could be Mary Jane is something that can cause people not to dream. Alcohol can cause some people
No,
not to dream.
I don't use this stuff. Like I smoke
Yeah.
sometimes cigarettes, but no,
That's not a big deal. I don't think with that is, yeah, I mean, those can sometimes nicotine can cause dreams. You know, I mean, I would say it comes down to environment. which direction you're sleeping, your bed, the feng shui of where you're sleeping. But on a practical level, females that you're with, if you're with your enemy sign, if you're with a female that's dark, and we're talking romantically, that's not necessarily a good thing, or obviously sexually. So be very careful with that. I don't have another answer on top of that.
I mean, I didn't have too much sex with a girl, so.
Well, whoever the one was, you make sure you pay attention to that, or like if there was an enemy sign or this or that. I noticed a lot of guys, they go through that like literally, if you're with someone who's dark or possessed, you'll quit dreaming. That's something that's very, very real.
I see. All right. I have another question, which is like, I don't know if you know, but I'm just gonna ask anyway. So I'm gonna talk about pharmacy. Like, does the medicine like they sell, is it like not real? Like, if you want to cure yourself, you don't need medicine?
I mean, this is not medical advice, but I personally do not trust anything with big pharma. Big pharmaceuticals are my last resort for me personally. But again, this is not medical advice. It's just for me personally. Yeah, my family happens to have a lot to do with some of the biggest hospitals in the world. I don't want to get into it, but I've been told by them, do not trust that type of stuff. That's for damn sure. I mean, are there things I've taken out of desperation as a kid? I knew what I was doing. Yeah, I mean, like, I was dumb enough to take Accutane when I was very, very young because I didn't want acne holding me back. I had a mother and father that, were lazy with the food that I ate. I was trying to get through high school. I was stressed out. I would never recommend anyone taking that, in my opinion. But again, this is not medical advice. I don't take, prescriptions. I don't take drugs like that. It's just not my thing. So I'm more of a holistic guy.
Oh, all right. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you, man. Thanks for all the support.
Yeah, you too, man. For real.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
We got other speakers in here too. We don't need to, guess I'm carrying the ship at this point. Do we have word on the return of G-Man here? Do we have word on the return of anyone here?
He tweeted he's going to be coming back in, but I don't know, he might have got on a phone call or something.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is where I got to turn it on, right? I guess. I mean, so yeah, we'll go back to charismatic me. So we'll do it. So let's have fun. I was trying to kind of half-ass this until he got back on, but let's do it. Let's do it. So if you guys got questions for the great Air Logic is one of the best people that's has ever walked into GG33. He's excellent. He's an absolute genius, and I really mean that. Much smarter guy than me. You have Elgato. You have other people in here that are welcome to speak on issues. We got Doctor in here, at the Dr. Marvel. If he wants to talk, he's more than welcome. We got Sovereign Grand Commander in here. He's always welcome. And again, there's no obligation, guys. Today is Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to everybody. Absolutely love it. I've been going on Spaces since 10. I think it was like 10, maybe 10:30 last night, and I've just kept trucking. I'm not as much of a superhero as you think. I'm kidding. You don't actually think that. But I slept a lot yesterday because I take naps constructively. I do a lot of cat naps. So I recommend people that struggle with sleeping too much. Sometimes you take, a 2-3 hour nap, work, 2-3 hour nap, work, or like an hour on, hour off. That's not always the best for deep REM sleep. But yeah, I do feel pretty good. I will smoke the occasional American Spirit organic cigarette. I will say that to keep it going when I do these, when I'm working and I stay up like 48 hours. A little tobacco sometimes not the worst thing if I fast. I kind of did a fast with this, sort of. But well, maybe not actually. I kind of slipped up a few times. I just, memory. But yeah. Thanks for everyone being in here. Let's have some fucking fun. And excuse my French, Jesus Christ. Let's enjoy the day. So yeah, guys, whoever wants to speak, let's do it. I don't know who's in here. I don't know. So
Me, I'm still
oh,
there.
we got the man himself in here. Let's go. Let's see here. Garry, thank you so much for coming back on the show. Had to carry that for a little bit, come out of the bullpen, bro. I was like, "Woo, I'm a little rusty." You had to get the fastball going.
Got a couple outs. When you're over there, sometimes you got to throw a curveball too.
Yeah. The knuckleball sometimes.
Yeah,
comes
hold on.
in
Let me retweet this and try to get a lot of followers in here. Hold on.
Oh, we held pretty good. I held.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You only lost like 20 people. That's fucking really good.
Yes, very good. I'm like Mariano Rivera over here, right? No, I'm kidding, bro. That's a little bit too far, but still.
Rivera was good until he gave up that home run to Marquise Grissom in 2016.
You was never the same after that, huh?
No, was never the same after that. I had there's a certain individual running his mouth, and I found out some powerful people don't like him, so I had to give 10 minutes of my time to somebody, and someone's gonna get their jaw broke. So, it's one thing. You can't run your mouth without consequences. You just can't do that, man. You can't run your mouth without consequences because some people are really about that life. Anyway,
I gotta. I'll text you something that happened to me. I want to know how I need to retaliate. It's very serious.
We're up to 200 people already. And remember, guys, this is a backup to a backup to a backup. This is what account I'm on now. This is like my third fucking string account. I mean, in all honesty, it's not bad to have a 36K third string account, but it is what it is. Anyways, oh shit. I mean, Aaron Wynn, you want to be up as speaker, man? We and without any Jordan hate. My man hates Jordan. My man hates Jordan with the passion. But you know what? He's hating on his enemy sign, so I understand, man. I understand. I understand. But it is what it is. Anyways, now that absolute moron is out the way, and by the way, Chris, when I came into that space, when I started, was I not being respectful for him? Did I not say? Yeah, I was being very respectful until I got disrespected, and then I started going after him.
Yeah, I will say that mental midget comment was a dark road.
That he fucking went out there. It's kind of funny. I was talking about Triv, and he started using the mental midget comment. That was straight from Trevisano. From Trevisano.
Yep. Very ironic, huh? Yeah.
Just by the way, when I left that space with him, I was up to on my backup account the last gained about 50-60 followers, but that doesn't matter. It was 33 at the end. Did my job, man. Matrix confirm.
Yes, yeah. 6:33 a.m. my ear rang really bad, and you'll hear it on the recording of the space. And that was my message, keep going. So very, very interesting.
Yeah, so we had a guy on here, at least Chris had a guy on here who thought he knew it all. And I've heard these preachers tell me that everything's changing, evil is going to lose. Listen, I heard all this shit in 98, 99. Yo, when 2000 comes, the elites are going to fall. And then I heard it again in 2012 when and now I'm hearing again in 2024. Seems like every dragon year people have hopes that the elite are just going to tap out and they're just going to hand over all their power. That's not how this works. No one on that position of power is going to give up their power without a fight. And it's absolutely ridiculous to believe that people believe that is even possible. It's not. It's absolutely not possible. No one's going to come save us. The best thing you can do is build a strong community at a local level and help each other from that. I mean, think of what the Jews do. Statistically, there's 2.3 billion Christians, 2.1 billion Muslims, and the Muslims will overtake the Christians within about a decade, if not sooner. But I mean, there's 6 million Jews in Israel, about 6.2 million Jews in America, and then the next biggest nation is France with 100,000. There's literally like 14 million Jews on the planet. How come they got the money? How come they got all that stuff? So obviously, it's not a numbers game, because we're talking about 14 million Christians within about a decade, 2 billion sooner. That's a staggering amount. To put that in perspective, that's like having an army of 2 million versus an army of 14,000. That's just a staggering 14 million Jews. So one of the things the Jews do, how come, is they make sure every dollar gets spent in their community. I'll give you an example. So there's a Jewish baker, and he's going to buy flour from a guy who's a Jew, and that guy is going to pay a delivery truck company to deliver that flour, who's a Jew, and the Jew who has a delivery truck company bought the truck from a company. So they basically recycle their money over and over and over. They're very, very good at it. Other communities are not so good. I mean, the Indians are pretty good at it. The Indians are and I'm not talking about American Indians. I'm talking about the Indians in India, New Delhi and stuff like that. They basically come here to America, and they all live in the same house. They'll get a big fucking huge house, probably like 6-7 bedrooms, and the whole family's going to stay in there. And they save money that way, and then they buy properties and they buy hotels. That's how the Indians do it. The blacks are a little bit different. They don't seem to want to spend money. They want to, as soon as they get that paycheck, they want to get some Jordans. Even a guy like Shannon Sharp, a guy has a lot of money. He's always talking about, give me that mild and let me drink that yak. So that community right there doesn't regenerate their money. The Indians do. The Jews do. Freemasons to a point. I was, talking about groups of people. So the Freemasons do, but that's like one of the things you have to do in life. You want to recycle. Like, for instance, the people I have working for me, they're people I like. They're people I trust. They're people in GG33 Gold. Those are just the facts of the matter. And people have to understand that if they want to build a community, they have to recycle their money within that community. And that is something the Jews have done exceptionally well. If people want to talk about Zionists, there's literally 10,000 powerful Zionists in the world. 10,000, okay? The Jews are basically like scapegoats to them. They will sacrifice as many Jews as possible to fulfill their agenda. I mean, you have to understand that George Soros is a Zionist. Why is he funding all the Palestinian movements around the world? Because it's in their interest to do that. Think about this. Those Palestinian movements started, and then they could start basically doing all this other shit that they do. They wanted to pass an anti-Semitic law where you can't say anything. They wanted to do all that stuff. And people need to get a lot better economics, man. They really do. Don't blame the Jews for everything. You want to blame Zionists? All ahead. And again, I've said this many times. If you take the word Jerusalem, just take the word Jerusalem. Every single one of you guys. I'm sure all the geniuses are going to copy and paste this. But if you take the word Jerusalem and start looking at it, just look at the word. I'm going to give everyone 10 seconds to take the word Jerusalem and just look at it. And what are you going to see? You know what you're going to see? You're going to see the word USA in the middle of it. This is all planned, guys. This is all an agenda. And, it basically comes down to this. Can you recognize what's going on? Or you don't? And if you don't, Then you're going to tell me, that you talk to Lucifer and you're an angel. What do you think? This is the first time I dealt with a crackpot like this. I remember there was a person in my group, some broad. Damn it, I forgot her name. She was a rat.
Crystal quartz.
Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Quartz, like
Yeah,
yeah.
Quartz or something. Yeah, Crystal.
Quartz.
That was her name. And I was really nice to her. I went out my way, let her in the bronze and shit like that. Then, one day I contact her and, she contacts me and she starts telling me she's an angel. I'm thinking, oh, okay. Well, maybe she's, just drunk or something, whatever. Next day, she tells me she's an angel, and then she tells me my worst mistake in life was not dumping all my students and just teaching her full time. Yeah, that's what she told me. And then she told me I'm evil and all this other shit. Since that day happened, that was, I think, 217, 218. My God, we got a lot of gods in training, don't we? Got a lot of gods in training. And the funny thing is, the latest gods in training, he doesn't even live with his mama and daddy because they kicked his ass out the house. That's why he caught a case. This god in training had basically to pay a fine for $860 or he was going to go to jail. And he had to beg a GG33 member to do it. And after that, all of a sudden, he's found the light. But, even his own parents don't want to deal with him. That's why he lives at his grandma's house. Then we have an OnlyFans pimp who thinks he's important in life. He flexes on the fact that he makes money pimping fucking on OnlyFans. And he's a drug addict. He's been a self-admitted drug addict. And shocked he's a 9. He's a self-admitted drug addict. He's been in jail, prison, for dealing drugs, extortion, all sorts of shit. And he likes to pretend like he has money when he actually doesn't. You're going to find one thing about all my haters, every single one, especially fastest fraud. You're going to find out that they will attack. They'll get the same group of 100 to 100 people who just fucking hate me with a passion. And then they're going to try to sell them a service. But then you know what they're going to find out? Those motherfuckers broke. And you can't sell it. They won't buy anything because they're all broke. You're going to really find out that some people in life, do you know there's around 100 people that take credit for what I did? There's literally 100 people who want to take credit for me coming down to Miami. There's literally 100 people who told me they're the reason I moved down to Miami. It's comical. It's absolutely comical. Garry moved down here because of me. No, Garry moved down here because of me. Motherfuckers, I was telling my wife I was going to move down here for freaking years. Baby, what was the first time I told you yes. When was the first time I told you we're moving to Miami? What year? What year?
2009?
2009. 2009, I told my wifey we're going to move down to Miami. I finally did it.
Snake area?
Yep. Because why did I want to move down to Florida? Snake State.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And, all these people want to take credit for everything. People do not like giving credit, but they like taking credit. There's this one guy who I met 2 times in Miami. He literally introduced me to people. None of them helped me. And now he wants to take credit for my success. Just absolutely mind-boggling how things work. It really is. And not to mention, I'm the most targeted person on social media, at least in Twitter history. I got to be the most targeted person in Twitter history, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what regime is in power. It really doesn't. As a matter of fact, from 2021 to 2023, the old Twitter regime left me alone. They didn't suspend me anymore. They suspended me like 20 times, and then they left me alone. It wasn't until Musk came back in January of 2023 that I get suspended. I got that account back, and now I get suspended again in January. So they like kidding me around the new year. But I remember telling Aaron Wynn, if he's still in here, that I was like, listen, don't worry. I'm definitely going to, it's election season. I'm going to get suspended. Because people know how this works. I've been suspended 20 times. People can talk all this free speech they want, bro. The rules do not apply to me. I mean, for God's sake, Nick Fuentes got his account back before me. Everyone gets their account back before me. It's ridiculous what goes on. But at the same time, I have no issues with IG. Over 1 million combined followers. I have no issues with TikTok. Over 1 million combined followers. I have no issues with YouTube. Over 200K on one account. It's just this app. It's just this app. And I'm telling you, I went on that one talk show with podcast with Luke. He has about 500,000. And I said that Elon Musk took money from Barack Obama. And that's a fact. That's not a lie. Elon was struggling in 2010. Tesla probably would have folded, and then Barack Obama gave him $500 million. Now, what you have to understand about Barack Obama is he doesn't give people money unless it comes with strings attached. Now, has Elon Musk ever criticized Barack Obama? Never. He has never criticized Barack Obama. He has criticized Trump. He has criticized Joe Biden. I mean, hell, everyone criticizes him, but he's never criticized Obama because Obama put that guy on. And I've said that, and within a week of saying that, I get suspended off Twitter, and he unfollows Luke. We're talking about a guy with 500,000 followers, and he unfollowed him. So again, I want people to understand. I understand that Elon has done a lot of good for a lot of people. He has brought free speech for Andrew Tate. He has brought free speech to other individuals on that level who've been suspended on all other platforms. Alex Jones. He has brought free speech to very, very popular people, including Nick Fuentes. Why? Because they bring numbers. They bring numbers to his platform. That's exactly why he did that. And if people can feel free to argue with me, and if you want to tell me Elon's a good guy, and listen, VK, Elon has tweeted to you, and I never told you to cut Elon off. I never told you to pick between the two. I don't do stuff like that. All I'm telling people is Elon is not what he seems, and he's only bringing back very controversial people who can give him clout on his platform. That's what he's doing. That's the extent of his free speech. The extent of his free speech is people who are very, very popular. Now, I'm much more of a TikTok star than I'm ever going to be on Twitter. I got like literally billions of views there. I'm much more of an IG star. I mean, and let's face it, guys. IG is the main networking app. If you want to make money, if you want to network, if you want to do things like that, you basically need IG. Funny thing is, like, you look at a guy like Sneeko, IG taken away. You look at a guy like Myron, a man I really respect, by the way. In a city full of fucking faggots and whores. Hey, baby, it is what it is. In a city full of faggots and whores, this is a very, very stand-up individual. Extremely stand-up individual. Sneeko. I had my differences with him, but at the end of the day, he's not fucking on his knees and doing fucking immoral shit. He's praying. What the hell is, I'm not going to do that, but he's not sending degenerate ass messages. So they've been banned off that platform, but they got free reign on Twitter. I have free reign on those platforms, but I've been banned here. Here's the thing. I'm Jewish, and I'm not a Zionist. I'm actually anti-Zionist. And I want people to understand, Zionists run this show. They run it all. If you say, and they are the ones who are allowing this anti-Zionist message to go around. I don't care what you say. George Soros is not a good person. George Soros is a Zionist to the core, and he's funding the Palestinian movement around colleges. Now, if people want to talk about defending Palestine, listen, I'm all for it. I understand better than anyone else. The Palestinians were living like fucking dogs. An American dog lived better than the Palestinians. Okay? I'm not debating that whatsoever. But let's face facts. 35,000 Palestinians have died. And the world is rallying around their cause. About 1 million Ukrainians, Russians have died in the 2-year war. Silence. Absolute silence. What's that about? What's that about? What is that about? And I'm going to tell you what it's about. White lives don't matter. They don't care. No one cares if white people die. No one cares, including white people themselves. The brainwashing is at a completely different level now. Completely different level. And if you want to be pro-Palestinian, go right ahead. If you want to be pro-Jewish, go right ahead. But there are no good guys here. There are no good guys here. Let me tell you something. If you had a large family and someone broke in your gates and murdered your family members and took some your family members hostage, you don't think if you had the power to start killing the other side, you would? Of course you would. Of course you would. So they have a valid argument. Now let's look at the Palestinians' argument. So 40,000 Hamas members and millions of Palestinians. Do you think those 40,000 Hamas members are not using those Palestinians as human shields? Of course they are. So how are they supposed to eliminate the Hamas members in a small area with a bunch of Palestinians? Of course there's going to be collateral damage. 100% there's going to be collateral damage. No doubt about it. So it comes down to this. What is actually going on? Well, let me tell you what's actually going on. Israel opened the gates. Not Israel itself, but the Zionists who run Israel opened the gates for Hamas to come in and do that torture and kill all those people because they knew what the response would be. Why they do that? Military industrial complex. I'll say it again. The military industrial complex. That's why they did that. They want to make money on both sides. What was it? The Iraq War, 79 to about 88, if I recall. Saddam was getting weapons from the Americans. And then when he found out that the Americans were giving the Iranians weapons too, he got a little pissed. He got a little pissed. He fucking found out he was being used. And then when the Kuwaitis were pumping up so much oil in 1990 that oil basically dropped below a level where the Iraqis could even make money selling it, yeah, there's going to be an issue because they knew if they did that, Saddam would go into Kuwait. And after he went into Kuwait, that was a pretext for the U.S. to go into the Middle East, and they never fucking left. You have to understand that they want war over there. You know how you make peace in the Middle East? I'll tell you how to make peace in the Middle East. Get rid of all the oil. As soon as all the oil is out of there, then no one's going to give a damn what happened in the fucking desert. And these are straight facts. Facts. It's all about money. It's all about power, and it's all about perception. Personally, I like to tell the Arabs that if they won the 1967 war, they wouldn't be in this issue. Wars have consequences. And, you know, a lot of the listeners in here are in America. A lot of you guys are Americans. And you have the privilege of being Americans. And the reason that we have privilege being Americans is because no matter how tyrannical the Federal Reserve is, doesn't matter how sick our government is, and believe me, with a pedo like Joe Biden, it's a sick fucking country. But it's still better than everywhere else in the world, because if you're in Russia and you criticize Putin, you might be in trouble. If you're in China and you criticize Xi Jinping, you're definitely going to be in trouble. At least in my country, I can call this pedophile piece of shit what he is, and I don't have to worry about being knocked on the door and getting fucking taken away to a concentration camp like you do in other countries. We have that freedom. Do you know why we have that freedom? Because America won World War II. That's why we have that freedom. Wars have consequences, and our standard of living here in America is higher than anywhere else in the world. People can say, okay, could the Kuwaitis live better? The Saudis live better.
What happens if you're actually born?
The most powerful military in the history of the world. Now, that might change in about 10, 15 years, but as of right now, that's still the case. The Chinese can copy all the stolen plans they want, from F-22s to F-35s to B-2 bombers. They're still not going to get that shit right. It comes down to might is right a lot. And Americans enjoy that privilege. So right now, if you're out there basically marching against something like the Federal Reserve, and I agree, the Federal Reserve, it's an economic terrorist. It's a straight up economic terrorist. But you know what? The Federal Reserve is like a parasite, and it infected the host, which is the United States of America. And if you try to remove the parasite, the host dies. If the Federal Reserve is removed from America, America dies. And what I mean by that is our standard of living is gone. Food was going to cost twice as much. Gas is going to cost 3 times as much. There's going to be robberies. Society will change overnight. Will change absolutely overnight. So the question becomes, who released the information about the Federal Reserve? Who did that? Who told Americans what the Federal Reserve was? Yes, I understand the book, the Monster from Jekyll Island. I get all of that, man. I learned about the Federal Reserve in the 1990s. The guy who enlightened me about the Federal Reserve was a guy by the name of Louis Farrakhan, the guy who runs the Nation of Islam. And I'm a Jew, and I give that man credit because he educated me on what the Federal Reserve is. But you have to ask yourself, why is that information being released? And it's being released right now by the Chinese. The Chinese are the greatest obstacle to peace in world history right now. They want blood. That's why their fucking flag is all red, just like the Soviet Union's all fucking red. These people want fucking blood. And what you have to understand is they want people to rebel against the Federal Reserve inside of America because they want the American people inside to bring down the Federal Reserve themselves and in turn destroy the government. The same thing is going on with TikTok. TikTok is telling the truth about the Zionists. I agree. But why is it telling the truth about the Zionists? So people can bring down the Fed and the American system from within. So while they're telling you the truth, and it is the truth, it's being done for nefarious reasons. They want you to destroy this country from within. That's what it comes down to, folks. Understand that when you get even real information, it's for nefarious reasons sometimes. And that is my point. And I need to get a drink of water, Chris. I'll let you take over for a little bit, but we're almost at 300 people. Oh wow, that guy would have really impressed these guys in here right now. We had a fucking show with that clown before. But take over for about a few minutes. Get some speakers in here, and get the doc up here too, man. Doc's always a good. Doc's a great co-host, man. Make him co-host.
Yeah, I've been trying to get him. I don't know if he's busy, so let's see if we can get him. So yeah,
Yep.
absolutely, he's one of the best in the world. Thank you, brother. I'll take
Yes,
it from here.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. So yeah, you made a lot of really good points. What we're going to try to do is get some speakers up here. El Gato, if you want to help handle that, or I can make Ryan a co-host. But let's start getting some people speaking. Let's see
we
here.
got a lot of requests, man. 12 requests.
Yeah, we got a lot of requests.
Yeah. Got Doc up here.
Yeah, let's get Doc up here.
Let's see also here.
He's here.
Cool.
Who's here? Who's here?
Doc's here. We had Saliman Ahmed here. He requested. We missed him.
Oh man, let me hold on. Let me get him back up here. I'll message him right now.
Okay, thank you.
I need to go in his WhatsApp. 1 second.
Okay.
Fucking solid guy. Solid fucking guy.
Oh yeah, great reputation. Yeah, so we got one of the greatest co-hosts and hosts of all spaces. We got at the Dr. Marvel. Doctor, how you doing today, brother? Happy Mother's Day. Hope you had a great dinner with the family.
I did, brother. I did. Hey, Gary, what's going on, brother?
What's up, brother?
What's going on? I was actually asleep right now. I left the spaces on, and I heard you speaking, so I woke up. And I noticed you're in your account, in your main account, if you know what I mean. So I guess I missed a lot.
This is my backup to my backup. Both missing in action.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Listen, if I had my real account, we'd be at 700-800 people right now.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Thank you, Elon Musk. Everyone, thank Elon. Mr. Free Speech, except if your name's Gary the Numbers Guy. I could laugh about it, guys. It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell it is with this damn app, everyone. This is since its inception, since 06. It's been, well, in 06 it was fine, but it's been a petty app for a very long time. For example, I can't even launch spaces last night. It's 3:03 in the morning. I go launch a space. No one's in there. I'm like, wow, it didn't even post to my profile. So they got so many issues to work out. I feel bad for them because they got a skeleton crew.
You fire 80% of the fucking workers. What do you expect?
Yep. And that's what happens when you take that kind of advertising hit. There's going to be a price to be paid when you owe Morgan Stanley a boatload of money. Not an easy transition. So I feel for the big pig, Mr. Elon. Shout out to you. But yeah, rough ride for sure.
I mean, I was a paying customer, bro. I had a blue check mark on both my accounts. I'm not bothering to put one on this one because it's like, what the fuck? I'm going to get suspended at some point anyway. So why pay him again? I was a paying customer, bro.
Yeah, it's tough out here. And, if you're not a premium member, like Elgato can't even message certain people and stuff. So it's tough out here if you're trying to sell stuff sometimes. The beautiful thing is people are verified, so you're dealing with more real people, but that always comes at a price. I do respect the hunt of bots. So, yeah, but let's get some speakers in here,
And
man.
before we do that, if you're actually listening to this space and help us out, do a retweet. Let's get like at least 500 people in here, man. Chris has been doing this like literally 24 hours. 24 fucking hours he's been doing this. Show the man some respect. Again, no one's forcing you guys to do anything. I'm just asking. Go out there, retweet, put this out there, and let's get some followers in here. Let's get some people to fucking listen. This is still a small crowd by my standards.
Oh yeah, don't forget about Soliman. I feel bad about that one. We missed.
Yeah, you should have put him on right away, man. I didn't even see him in here.
That was It was
I just WhatsApp him, so if he sees it, maybe he'll come back in.
Okay.
Yeah, I would love to debate the Palestinian Jewish issue with him.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to hear it. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, let's see here. Who wants to speak? Raise your hand. And Elgato, and let's see here.
What's up, man?
What's good, brother? Doc, do you want to be co-host? Yeah, I'm gonna invite you to
Okay,
co-host.
okay. He says he came back.
Oh, okay, cool.
Can you find him?
Yeah, he should be. He should try to make sure he requests. I'm gonna look for him right now. Make sure he's not anonymous either. He might be accidentally anonymous. Hopefully, he's not. We'll try to find Saliman Ahmed, Dr. Marvel, and Elgato. Where is he? Let's see here. He should be right up at top with the verifieds.
Yeah,
So
he just messaged me. He said I came back, but they didn't bring me up. So
I'll see
I'm
him.
telling you, if he comes in this room, put it in right away.
okay, tell him we don't have a request from him. So try to request here, because that would be a great debate. Absolutely
Yeah,
great.
I would love to talk about Palestinian versus, and because this is a man I respect and a man who respects me. So, too many times these Palestinian Jewish debates, just fucking derail into what was going on in this space is about 2 hours ago.
Yeah. All right, try to let him know that we're looking for a request and we're looking for
Yep,
him.
I messaged him. I mean, what time is it right now in London? Like 2 a.m. So if he gets in here, he gets in here.
All right, guys. Anyone see Saliman? Please let me know. I've been doing this for 24 hours, so I'm fighting hard here. I still feel great though. All right. Yeah, get the work here, guys. Let's see. Let's see who. Doctor, do your thing.
I'll see him.
I'm searching right now.
Okay, I appreciate you guys. I really do. Let's see here.
All right, let's get some new speakers up in here.
We had Uzdar. He had a question, and then Borman.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yo, Garry, can I speak?
Speak.
So, I'm from Morocco, right? And I never heard you like speaking about the king of Morocco. Can you like speak about him, please? Like, tell us something about him.
I can't tell you anything about the king of Morocco. I can tell you a lot about the United Arab Emirates. I can tell you a lot about Saudi Arabia. I can tell you a lot about Iran. I can even tell you about Yemen. I can't tell you too much about Morocco, so you caught me at a loss. I'm not going to bullshit. I don't know much about the country, so yeah, my apologies.
I see. No worries, man. Can I ask you another question?
Go ahead.
My birthday is 2000 June 9th. Can you give me any advice?
June 9, 2000?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, hell, this is your year, brother. Especially after your birthday. If you have dreams of opening a business, if you have dreams of expanding, getting married, this is the time to do it. You're only in with your own energy once every 12 years. Other than that, you're an 8 life path. Either you're going to have money or you're going to be broke. You're not going to be middle class. That's how it is with eights. You're here to experience during this reincarnation what it's like to have money and what it's like not to have money.
Yes, sir. So
yo, I'm sure you were poor and rich at the same time, and you're not even that old.
Yeah, I'm born a little bit rich, but I was born in Western Sahara, which is like down of Morocco, which has like conflicts between Algeria and Morocco.
Yes. I by the way, I stand with Morocco in those conflicts. I know enough about that to stand with Morocco.
Yeah. So the thing is, I came to UK in 2022, and
sorry
UK
to hear that.
Yeah, it's a dog country, bro. That's why it's fucking ridiculous when
Hey, listen to me, brother. I'm not a Muslim, but I'm going to talk to you like I talk to Muslims. In about 10 years, Islam is going to cleanse that rainbow over there.
Yeah, definitely. I only I only believe in God. I mean, I quit Islam like in 2018, which is my dog year in a way. So
You quit. So what are you now, Christian or nothing?
no. I just believe in God like you. That's it.
I got you. I got you. Listen, religion isn't for everybody. Some people need something to believe in. It helps them to get up in the day. Some people, need something to worship. That's some people. I don't. But I will say this: I would rather deal with the religious people than these whores, degenerates, and homosexuals. And that I will say forever. Even though if we go back 200 years ago in the 1700s, they would have burned me at the stake for being a heretic. It is what it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Anything else on your mind, my friend?
I wanna apply on going to USA because there is like a lottery in October for the green card, if you know it, for America.
Oh
Should I
shit!
apply?
I mean, America is a monkey nation, and you are a dragon, so you'll do much
Yeah,
better. You do much better in America than you would in the UK, a fucking swine nation.
yeah. I just came here for fucking studying, but it's not good for me in a way.
No, no. Listen, I consider the UK a failed state. That's probably the one thing I agree on with Tate. It's an absolute shithole, and
Yeah,
I get invited to go to the UK all the time. Yo, come on the podcast. Come to London. I have no interest in going to London. Zero interest in going to London. As a matter of fact, if I go to London, I'm coming with tanks and an army. I believe the UK government is more repressive than Russia. I really believe that because yes, you might be able to talk shit about the prime minister in the UK, and you can't talk that much shit about Putin. But think about all the other things you can't say. You can literally say anything you want in Russia except talk shit about Putin. In the UK, if you offend people, you might get arrested. Oh, don't say anything about the homos. Don't say anything about the feminists. You'll get arrested for fucking everything. You could literally have policemen at your door for a tweet. So I'm sorry, I have no interest in being that country. And quite frankly, I feel sorry for people who are in that country.
Gary, we have Soliman in here, just so you know. I want to be respectful.
Get him in here. Welcome, brother.
He's in.
How's it going, G? How's it going? How's things?
All right,
What's up,
brother.
Soliman? Thanks
How's
for
it
coming
going,
on, man.
boys?
What's going on?
We're out here. First, we started having spiritual discussions. Then we started, going back to numerology. But since you're here, I think this would be a perfect time to talk about current events, if you're for it.
Of course, I'm for anything. But listen, are you gonna be down for that debate with that Sheikh Uthman?
Of course. Let's do it on an 11 day. Anytime, brother.
I'll let Sneaker know. I told him that you smashed him, and then he came. I don't know. Some people say it's a trap. Some people it wasn't. I smashed him, right? This is the problem. They have no answer for anything. Like his points were just like either he was just lying or he had no answer. Like what did he prove? Nothing. So the problem with someone like him is he can only rely on blind followers. Like these guys have got no analytical skills, no ability to analyze information or do anything whatsoever. So in reality, this is what it is. So like how Tay says the Matrix. These guys are stuck in their own form of a Matrix, like not the one that you say because yours is slightly different, right? But this is the issue you have. So yeah, I'm down for it. Are you ready for the debate? Like let's hit Sneaker up and let's get it done. But I think he won't debate you because you already smashed him.
Hell yeah, absolutely. That would be great. It would make for the best space ever, or best podcast ever. I'd love to see that. This is how you get stuff done. Did we lose Gary on this space? Can anyone hear Gary, or is it just me who cannot hear him? I apologize.
I cannot hear Gary.
No, we can't hear him at all.
He's not here, I guess.
How odd. All right, I'm going to shoot him a text right now. Just give me 2 seconds. Let's see here. Let's try to bring him back up. DM Gary if you can, guys. So he needs to leave and come back up, and I'll bring you back up. Okay, so we're gonna bring him back up when he sees this. Okay. Number one, Solomon, thank you for coming on. I see your profile. I love that you stand for free speech. I love that you stand for what matters. And you are a very, very reputable man. I've heard a lot of good things about you, and you stand your ground. You have a belief system that actually affects the world, and you're standing up for what is right. And that is what is the most important thing. So I really appreciate you. The way the world's going, we need more people like you to stand up. And I can't thank you enough for being on this space. We're going to try to get Gary back up here. He should have just requested.
I appreciate
No.
that, Jay. Value what you said, and your boy Gary will say it's because I'm a 33, but like all the reality of the situation is we got to make sure that we make a difference, right? And in reality, if you look at the world, we have a finite amount of time, and we have to use that time to maximize our potential. Now, each person, this is my belief, is created for different things. Some have skills in certain areas, abilities in certain areas, the psychology to impact in certain ways. And so we have to fully maximize whatever our potential is. And so we try and do that, right? So I think mine is my mind. So I try my best to use that in the best way possible. So yeah, I appreciate your comments. And
I love that. I'm a 33 life path as well. 5/4/1995 is my birthday. And yeah, that's exactly what you're here to do. You're here to influence. You're here to change the world. And at the end of the day, we all have to meet our maker, and we're going to be judged extraordinarily hard. And the older we get, the more we have to be cognizant of that. So that is the best thing ever, man. I'm looking at your profile. I'm like, wow. It's rare to have a big account like yours standing up, especially the way things have been on this app for years. So I cannot tell you how much that matters, because people need to hear what you're saying. We need free speech. We need freedom of thought. And I don't want to sound cliche, but it's so important. As a 33 life path, you're setting the trend. We're the trailblazers, if that makes any sense without sounding silly.
Appreciate that, bro.
No,
Gary,
he's a 33 to the core. Sorry about that. My phone died for a second.
So Gary, did you see my debate with that Sheikh Uthman guy, right?
I did see it.
So, like, first of all, right, I wasn't expecting, like, look, I destroyed him and I was at 1%. So I was, like, literally half asleep. It was, like, 3 a.m. because we did that first big space, with Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, and all those guys. Then I went and did another space with Fuentes. And then I hit Sneeko up, and then we did Sneeko space, right? I didn't expect it at all. Some people say they planned it. I don't think Sneeko planned it. But anyway, that's what people say, right? And then what happened was...
I don't think he planned it.
Yeah, I don't think he planned it either. And then what happened was, so he calls, right? And then he's like, oh, it's not permissible in Islam. And he's like, who said it? And I'm like, okay, so like Ibn Sina. And what it was I'm tired, yeah. So I say Al-Shifa because I've not read the book in about 7-8 years. And he's like, no, Al-Shifa is a medical book. And I'm like, I'm sure it is. But I'm like, okay, that's fine then. Because Shifa in Arabic means healing. But he lied. Like, I was right. Shifa is actually a book on philosophy and science. So first of all, he lied about it, right?
No, and shocking. He lies again.
Yeah, he lies. He made it look like he knew it. And the real book is called Al-Qanun fil Tibb, which is his medicine book, right? And then he's like, Avicenna is a medical doctor, when it's not true. Like, Avicenna was a polymath. So if you look at many of the sciences that are not mainstream anymore, he is one of my sources for it. So, like, for example, Islamic philosophy, theology, but then even break it down, numerology, you break it down, physiognomy, right? So there's one book that Avicenna writes, right? It's not even a book. It's a very small pamphlet. You guys have probably heard the English version of it because it was adapted. It's called the is it the Jungle Book? The kid who is in the middle of a jungle and then he gets brought up by a gazelle. I think it's Jungle Book, isn't it? Yeah. Possible. So Disney Jungle Book comes from Avicenna, but Avicenna's version is a more complex version, and then later Al-Tusi writes a more easier followed version, and then they make it into Disney, right? So Ibn Sina's book, right? What it is it's a book of 30-40 pages. But how it does is you basically read the book. If you read it from a philosophical perspective, it teaches you philosophy. If you read it from a psychological perspective, it teaches you psychology. If you read it from a numerology perspective and you know it, then it teaches you that. And if you read it from a physiognomy perspective, it teaches you physiognomy as well. So it teaches you all of those things, right? So he's just one example. There's many other examples. And he was like, oh, he's just a medical doctor. But again, either he's really ignorant or either he was lying. I'm not sure which
Oh,
one
no,
it
no.
was.
I don't think he's ignorant. That man is not ignorant. He is just a flat out liar. I mean, you saw what he did in my debate. He gives me a birthday. I read him, and then he's like, oh, that's not my birthday. I'm like, come on, man. And that's when I started getting aggressive with his ass. I was very, very respectful until he lied.
Exactly. And the worst thing is, Gary, like whatever sect or group you believe you're in Islam, whatever it is, right? All of them agree. All religions agree that lying is a major sin, right? It doesn't matter if you're Christian, Muslim, what sect you are, a Jew. Everyone believes that lying is a major sin. So he's literally doing the very one thing that everyone agrees is problematic, which is lying.
Can you imagine? I'm bringing my audience to Sneeko's stream, and he brings and my audience. Maybe some of them have never heard Islamic Imam, and then they see this guy lying. That is such a terrible example of Islam. It's just horrible. So you're bait. Oh, what's up? You going to sleep? Okay. Here, give me a hug and kiss goodnight. Love you. All right. Yeah, gotta be a father. I know. Gotta be a father. But when it comes down to it, he made Islam look very bad by lying and admitting he's lying, and then he says he did it to expose me. No, sir, you exposed yourself. Secondly,
that didn't even expose you, now, because I remember that now, because all it did was you gave a reading based on that number, so it
correct.
Doesn't expose you as being a liar. So if that was his goal, again, he is so dumb that he doesn't realize that does not achieve your purpose.
No, listen. He spends a lot of time in Saudi Arabia, without mentioning too many names. I've told you who I talk to, and the people in that country at the very top of the echelon, bro, they're very into numerology, extremely into numerology.
Tell them to stop hating on your boy then.
I'm working on it, brother. I'm working on it. I think some of the stuff you said in the past might but I mean, listen, brother, they know who you are without mentioning names, because I don't want to fucking go there. People can figure things out. They can figure things out, but they know who you are, brother. I mean, that's a major accomplishment in itself, isn't it?
I don't know, as long as they don't Khashoggi me, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But coming back to the point, right? So then going back to the debate.
I got you, brother.
Yeah.
I gave another one a reading today, so it's like 5 in the past week.
Nice. So then what happens is I'm like, who is it? You saying numerology is haram. Who is it according to? And then he's like, Malik, Hanafi, Shafi, and I said, look, Imam Abu Hanifa, impossible, he would say. I'm like, where does he say? And he's like, oh, it's in Aqidat Tahwiyah. I'm like, it's not in there. And he's like, no, it's in the Shar, the commentary of it by Abu Iz al-Hanafi, right? And again, that guy isn't Abu Hanifa. So everything he was doing was based on false information. And then what I did, I thought, you know what, this guy's annoying me. Then I said, listen, why are you even talking when you believe in anthropomorphism? And you know what it is? These guys never want anyone to speak about anthropomorphism, because what they actually believe is they believe God is a humanoid. So they believe God is physical. And this is the irony, that whenever they debate Christians, they actually have the same belief. And I'm always like, how are you guys debating? Like, you guys have the same belief. It makes no sense to me. So like, they believe God is a physical being, sits on a chair, has a physical representation, floats within time and space. He has, but then he's also handicapped because he has like 2 right legs and 2 right arms and a shin. And so my point is, they'll never want to talk about that. So as soon as I said that, you saw he literally collapsed and he couldn't say nothing, like no answer whatsoever.
Of course,
because their whole thing is manipulation.
100%.
Whereas I stand by my beliefs. So although I didn't really remember, we had a discussion in Miami, right? And I was like, look, I don't really want to talk too much about it because of like I'm into politics and the people will try and use it to like diminish what I'm doing. But if someone's gonna question me, I can't lie. So when he questioned me, I'm gonna stand by you, because you have to stand by your beliefs, right?
100%. And that's something you've done. Let me just go through something right here when I find it. This was something sent to me and I was given permission to share this, so I'm not, betraying any trust here. Let me just find it real quick. There it is. Hold on. I was given this by someone in Saudi Arabia, and hold on, let me go through this. Stuff in the Quran. Here we go. The Quran mentions angels 88 times and demons 88 times. It mentions guidance 79 times, and it mentions mercy 79 times. It mentions Satan 11 times and refugee 11 times. Everything is in perpetual balance in the Quran, and it's basically based off numerology. There are people who are taking classes on this type of stuff, on the numerology in the Quran, and I was given permission to actually release some of this information, so that's what I'm doing now. I can assure you the top of the food chain is all over this. And I'm not bullshitting in any way whatsoever. I'll give you some examples.
Let me just add to that. Let me add something to that, right? So yeah, I do believe that. I believe the Quran is a numerological miracle, and that's why every single thing about the Quran matches in perfection. So you just mentioned some of them, right? Desire, 8. Fear, 8. And I think according to your numerology, 8 means karma, right? So again, desire and fear, 8, 8. Speaking publicly and publicizing, 18. Hardship and patience, 114. And then there are 114 verses in the Quran. Man and woman, 24 times. This world and the hereafter, 115 times. Angels, and you said that one, isn't it? Life and death, 145 times, both of them. Benefit and corruption, 50 times. People and messengers, 50 times. Magic and misdirection, 60 times. Zakah and barakah, blessings, it means 32 times. Mind, this is the most important one for me. Mind and light, 49 times, because it's through the mind that one gets enlightenment. These are just some more examples.
And again, this just shows you that this is real. I mean, listen, you don't even have to believe in religion. They did everything in balance. Everything is balanced in the Quran. This is the stuff they're showing me. I didn't know this stuff. They're asking me what it means. But let me. By the way, I just text Sneeko to see if he wants to come in here. But the founder of Saudi Arabia, he was born a 28 life path. We already know the 28 is the number of wealth, and Saudi Arabia is one of the richest countries in the world and was founded by a 28. What else do we know? This man was born on the 15th. 1 in 5 is 6, his family. He made sure that country is fully under his family's rule. Not only that, the crown prince right now, when he becomes king, he's going to be the 8th king of Saudi Arabia, and he's an 8 life path. Come on, guys. This is all there. It's all there. People really need to start paying attention. Numbers do not lie. They're all over every single holy book. And we can bring up the Bible, maybe not to the same extent, but it's in there too. The Bible's just been rewritten so many times, you don't know what's the real version, the Ethiopian Bible or whatever. But the Quran has never been rewritten. This numerological code has always been there. Every single time.
Quran is full of numerology. We just mentioned quite a lot of it, isn't it? Another example, even from a percentage perspective, right? And this was like some of the stuff that I was gonna, when we were discussing about the numerology, Islamic numerology, right? So it says the term sea 32 times, the term land 13 times. And if you work that out as a percentage, that's exactly the percentage of sea and land on the earth. So when you look at the Quran in itself, right? And you have to think, like, you might think, oh yeah, like that's easy to do. But if you think about a book which is so long, right? It is what? It's 8,888 verses long. Some say 8842, whatever it is, right? Almost over 8,000 verses long. 114 chapters. and yet you're able to have such an extreme balance throughout that. And remember, the Quran was revealed over 23 years. So to have that, and remember, it wasn't like 23 years, let's keep it hidden for 23 years. It was revealed over a period of 23 years, and yet you've got this extreme balance. That's why I have this view that the Quran is not only a linguistic miracle, it's a numerological miracle, and it's all in there.
How could they know? How could they know back in those days, about that percentage? It's literally impossible for them to know. But it was still in there, which basically tells you there's a lot of numerology truth within the Quran. And listen, Suleiman's not the only one who believes this. He's just a very brave 33 life path who doesn't give a fuck what people think, and he's telling people the truth. This is something that's been in Islam for a long time. As a matter of fact, I get more hate from Christians about numerology than I ever do Muslims. And I'm just keeping it real, guys. I'm just keeping it real. Jews are very open to this. Muslims are very open to this. I mean, if you take out Zerka and Christians, not so much. But when it comes down to it, you have to understand the proof is in the pudding. There's no possible way this could be a coincidence. Absolutely none.
So within Muslims, the only ones who are not in it, who wouldn't believe in it, are Salafis, or those impacted by Salafis. And the reason for that is because their world viewpoint is very materialistic. It's based on the material world. They don't believe in spirituality as much. They don't believe in the elevation of the soul that much. They don't believe in all of these factors. And when you don't believe in them, you don't believe in that. You're not able to think outside the box or understand these complexity of the sciences, because nobody believes as a Muslim that these things happen without God basically creating the universe in a manner that has these things internally within there, right? So their whole ideology is just very physical, and that's why their God is very physical and is very innate within the universe. And this is the problem they have.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that sect? I'm assuming they're Shia, they're Sunnis, but can you tell us a little bit more? Because pretty much people who are a little bit educated, they know the difference between Sunnis and Shiites. But just like Catholics and Christians, there's differences between different sects of Sunnis. Can you go a little bit more into detail about that? Because that's something even I'm not too educated about.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't like to go into this too much, but just for your audience, because it's a different audience. So, like within Islam, obviously, you've got Sunnis and Shias who have different viewpoints, and their differences initially started based on more of a political reasoning, because it was about who should be the next leader after the Prophet Muhammad. So Shias, generally speaking, believed it was meant to be Ali. Sunnis generally believed that it was meant to be Abu Bakr. But then even within Sunnis, we have people who believed it should have been Ali. For example, Sheikh Abu Mansur al-Maturidi, the founder of Sunni theology, also believed it should have been Ali as well. But after that, there is different theological differences. For example, Shias believe in the 12 Imams, Sunnis don't. Now, coming back to it, within Sunnis, we got various sects, right? A huge number of sects, actually. But like you have Brelvis, Deobandis, Sufis, and Salafis. Now, Salafis as an ideology is somebody that it was an ideology that was very much less rationalistic. So they didn't use rationale. They were extremely literal and extremely based on text. So if you take the text literally and without rationality, that's literally what Salafism became. And so when you see a lot of ideas that were maybe too extreme, if you see anthropomorphism, where God's like, don't worry, if you do this, the hand of God is over you, which somebody from a linguistic perspective clearly understands that what that means is the protection of God. Like God means he's protecting you, right? The hand of God is over you. So if, for example, I said, don't worry, my hand is over you, that means protection. But for Salafis, they'll be like, no, God's physical hand is above you, because it's literal. They're very literal in what they understand. So they take the text literally and they take the idea of God literally. And so because they're literalists, this is why they can't understand numerology, because they need the words to say numerology is there. And because they think only God, in their mind they think that only God, that basically if you know the future, that means you're now God. They automatically think that that's what it means. In reality it doesn't. Because, as an example, you can know the future, and that could be something that God bestowed upon you. So it doesn't mean it's outside of God, because nobody said none of these things can happen without God. And we've got things in the Quran that say that. And this is why, like this guy, if I now next time I see him, I'm just gonna smash him, because I smash him anyway, but this time I'm gonna expose him as somebody who rejects.
You only had 10 minutes with him. So
yeah, I'm gonna. But anyway, I smash him anyway, but this time I expose the fact that he rejects the Quran. Because Quran actually has in there that certain humans have the ability to predict the future, right? So again, this idea that they've got is very literalist, but then because one of the imams never said it to them, guess what? X had the ability to predict the future, therefore other X's have the ability to do so as well. They haven't got the ability to make that leap of rational thought. say, if it's possible for X, then another X is possible for as well. So coming back to it, this is what X, and I look at like sectarian, but remember Salafis as well, they've ended up becoming, because of again Saudi money, Saudi funding, they became dominant in terms of the vocal representation of Muslims, and so that's literally what you've got. So these guys have unfortunately become the representatives, even though they're actually numerically the minority, but vocally and public representation they're the majority.
Okay, so the Salafis are being funded by who, you say?
So they was funded by Saudi for a very, very long time. So if you look at a lot of the Qur'ans that were translated, they were by Saudi. If you look at many of these Salafists, they were given free education in Medina to basically give their ideology. And the reason for it is because if you take a literalist extremist viewpoint, you start looking a bit more extreme. And so for that reason, it was in the benefit of Western powers to allow that ideology to perpetuate as well. Now Saudi themselves have kind of moved away from that. If you look at the new
Okay, that's what I was looking for, because that doesn't seem like the people I'm talking to.
Yeah, it's the Crown Prince now. Saudis Salafists are getting very angry with him because he's becoming very liberal. So I don't agree with some of his liberal ideas where he's allowing certain things to happen in the country, but he's become very much liberal. So now this new Crown Prince is seeming like he's not going to be representing or presenting the Salafist ideology as much.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. He definitely is more liberal, but he's trying to diversify the economy and trying to make Riyadh into the new Dubai. I mean, I'm not sure how successful they're going to be, but they're putting a lot of money into it.
They are. They've got the big fight, Tyson Fury versus Usyk, which we will be. We've got actually, apparently there's negotiations. We might have some big spaces going on about that with the Saudis. Not me, but like the Maris platform with them.
Don't worry about it. I'll get that done for you eventually. I'll get that done for you, bro. And, yeah, this is interesting. How many times have you been to Saudi Arabia?
I've been quite a few times. I've been to pilgrimage 2 or 3 times, and then once I went just for sightseeing because my sister and her husband used to work there as like a teacher, so we thought let's check it out. So we checked out Riyadh and various other places.
Okay, well, I'm sure I'll meet you there.
Tell them not to show me, bro.
I got you, brother. I got you. I promise you. I got you. A couple questions because you're more familiar with the Salafi history than I've ever been, and this is something I honestly need to be aware of. Is it that the former king was really like putting money into him, and when the new king came to power, that all stopped? Is that pretty much what's going on?
That does seem to be the case. That what happened was the former rulers did put a significant amount of money in. Now what you have is, it's not the rulers, but because now there's a lot of wealthy Saudi people who are not even the rulers within Saudi, but they are Salafists, then they are funding a lot of these organizations in the United Kingdom for sure.
Well, in the United Kingdom, I'm asking about Saudi Arabia itself. Is there anyone specifically that you're aware of, obviously not the Crown Prince or anything like that is still funding these people?
Directly, I don't know. I know, for example, in these Dawah organizations, like I know one of them really well. They were getting direct funding from Saudi sources.
Interesting. This was
up until 2013, 14.
Okay, well, the Crown Prince basically came to power in about 2015, so it all adds up. He basically came to power and he cleaned shop. Makes sense. I mean, listen, some of the stuff that I heard in Saudi Arabia that gay people are, open, walking openly in the streets now. I found that a little bit disturbing. I did not know that was actually going on, and
yeah,
I
so
got that.
So that's something that's not allowed in all of Islam, right? Irrespective of creed. So that's an example of where they've become too liberal. Now, I'm not saying people shouldn't be allowed to walk or whatever it may be. Everyone has rights, right? But it's just not against. It's a sin according to Islam.
Okay. Let me ask you a few other questions. What role does Iran play in this? I mean, obviously they're not, funding Sunnis unless they're Hamas. What role, like, what is the Salafis for the Shiites? I'm sure they have an extremely extreme faction as well. What would you call them?
So, of course, there will be extreme factions within Shias. My only interaction with Shia ideology is I studied some of Jafri theology. So I don't have a deep knowledge of it, but I know the basics of Shia theology. In terms of what they're trying to do, I mean, I can only represent what I've experienced on,
of course,
on these Twitter spaces, right? So what I've realized is, first of all, the vast majority of people who are pro-Iran or pro-Shia, they're literally not extreme. They are not sectarian. But then you do have elements that are sectarian, and then they've tried to even make, and both sides do it. So Salafists will be like, oh, Shias can't be part of the pro-Palestinian movement. And then those guys will be like, only if you're pro-Iran, you can be part of the Palestinian movement. So they create sectarian divide, but generally speaking, it's not like that with the Shias. And when it comes to their view on God, it's not anthropomorphist, so that's the slight difference. Which is better in my view.
I mean, it's a known fact that Iran Shiites were the ones who were funding Hamas, who were Sunnis, because the kingdom didn't fund the Sunnis. Egypt didn't do it, so it was actually the Shiites who were founding Sunnis. Do you believe? Do you believe, like I believe, that they basically gave them all the weaponry to go into Israel, and as soon as they did, they said, "Oh, we didn't know anything about this."
So they definitely gave them the weaponry, right? They've
Correct.
definitely helped them and financed them. That's like even Hamas has been clear about that, and they've
Yes.
appreciated the support that they've got. In terms of whether they knew about what was going to happen, I'd, I I think that they didn't, but who knows? There's somewhere we just don't know. It could be that they knew. They could be that they obviously they're denying the fact that they didn't know, and obviously within, because remember within the Palestinian movement, Hamas have not said that they're lying. And when you look at the Palestinian Authority, maybe someone from them would have leaked it out because they've got issues with, they've kind of given certain statements that have been anti-Iran, and despite that, they've not said that, look, they were involved as well. So it's just, that's just the only information we have. So based on that information, it doesn't seem to be the case that they knew.
The Palestinian Authority, Fatah, if I'm not mistaken, they were defeated in 2006 or 2007 by Hamas in open war, weren't they?
They lost the elections in 2006 by
Yeah, but then they had the actual little war, didn't they?
I mean, there was a disagreement and skirmishes, but like Hamas were actually elected, so they won the elections in Gaza very easily. Now the question becomes in the West Bank, if they did fair and free elections, which weren't controlled by Zions, I wonder what the result would be, but that would just be interesting.
Okay. What do you think about the theory that Iran was funding Hamas to attack on specifically October 7th as a gift to Vladimir Putin to take attention off Ukraine and put it on the Palestinians? And since then, since October 7th, the exact day October 7th, that's when the Russians launched their offensive.
I doubt that's the case because Russia in itself has been dominating Ukraine, right, significantly. And
no, they were not winning before October 7th. They were in the defensive position. It's only after October 7th were they back on the offensive.
So if you look at even before then, they've taken a lot of the taken a lot of the annexed regions. They've taken a lot of the regions, the disputed regions they've taken over, right? So even if at that specific point you were to say, look, put your arms down both sides, take whichever area you've got at this moment, Russia would have more than what they even wanted right at the beginning. So, or even the bits that they claimed should be part of Russia. So already Russia were dominating, but since then, and that's because what's happened is Western NATO eyes have now focused more on Israel. You look at the American government, and even though there's dissent about sending money to Ukraine, there's hardly any dissent about sending money to Israel. So it shows that the focus, the priority of the Western government is Israel. So that makes sense that there would be some correlation for the Russians to start dominating more since October the 7th. But I don't think that would be the reasoning for it.
Oh, maybe it was a birthday gift to Vladimir Putin. That is his birthday. Let's not forget on October 7th, I believe it was 2012, the reporter in Russia that was the most anti-Putin was actually killed on his birthday. So, they've done stuff in the past to appease Mr. Putin on his birthday. But again, I'm not trying to get too much off the subject. Let's go a little bit into the Palestinian.
What's Putin's numerology then?
He's a 7. He's a dragon. It's a dragon year, and completely dominating the dragon year. They're literally falling back on every single front in Ukraine. This is something that no one expected, but people who understood the U.S. propaganda. I mean, literally, Russia has 30 nations, battling it in a proxy war, and they're still winning. They're still winning with their old 272s, their old 280, the T80s. They're still winning the war because when it comes down to it, Russian generals will basically, they don't care how many people die. They just want their objective met. The same thing that happened with the Nazis, in Stalingrad, in Kursk, in Berlin. They basically send wave after wave after wave. And that's one of the reasons Russia has such a low population. I think they got about 130 million people in a country that's 7 or 6 times the size of the United States of America. So one of the reasons they have such a small population is because their men keep dying in freaking wars. Did I lose everybody?
I
No,
can
No, we're
sir.
hear
still
I'm
here.
you.
with
No,
you.
no, no.
We still hear you.
Okay, outstanding. Well, since Suleiman is here, let's talk a little bit about the Israeli-Palestinian issue, because I think you're the guy on Twitter who knows pretty much more about that than anyone else.
Well, you boys must have seen it. I smashed Destiny on Fresh and Fit.
Of
It
course you did.
was easy pickings, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Destiny got basically he was the only person that was really pro-Israel, who had a name for himself. And let's not forget, I mean, he did get platformed by Ben Shapiro right after that. This I don't have any respect for Destiny. That this man is most likely a homosexual cuck, so I have no respect for that man. But you smashed him, and quite frankly, another guy I don't like too much, Nick Fuentes, smashed him too. So this guy is basically like one of those wrestlers who goes in there and takes an L every single time. But I don't want to cover.
Nick's my boy, but coming back to it about Destiny, right? So tell me about numerology. Like, listen, when you see Destiny, he's on these debates, even though he loses, right? One thing is he's very confident. He does disrespect people a lot. Like, he was so nice to me. He was literally like a little kid. Like, I was like his daddy. Like, what happened there? What's going down?
Yeah, I don't think his debating skills are that good. I think the liberal far left is so weak because they can't really defend their points. The fact that this guy is their A-lister and he just keeps getting smashed by everyone on the other side, and it's kind of pathetic. But
I don't know, G. I don't know. I think it was the power. I don't know. I think it was the power of the 33 just took over him and dominated him. What do you think?
No doubt. He's just a 5 life path and the dragon. I get it, bro. I mean, hey, but let's not forget, he is having a good dragon year. He is being, he is out there in the dragon year, and he's a dragon, so he's doing good in the dragon year. But listen, you're 33. I expect you to fucking smash him. I expect you to smash everyone you go up in the debate against.
So listen,
that's why.
Tell everybody what your theory. You tell everybody your theory about how Nick Fuentes, how he came back.
Well, listen, when it comes down to Nick Fuentes, I think he's just in the right place at the right time. I also think that Elon Musk likes to platform controversial people that don't have platforms or voices on any other sustainable social media network. I mean, it started with Andrew Tate. You know him pretty well, and then it went to Alex Jones. I remember Elon saying Alex Jones would never come back to this platform, but there's a couple advertisers left. He needs to cook up the spice machine. He needs people to get engaged, and there you go. Alex Jones is back, and after that, you have a Palestinian-Israeli issue going on right now, and you want to make things controversial. You want to make people listen in. Nick Fuentes is back, so I think Nick Fuentes is very fortunate to be one just in this situation where he's very, very anti-Zionist and anti-Israel, and I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with the guy who's 23.
But G, listen, yeah. I mean, your boy met him one day. Listen, causation or correlation. Your boy met him one day, and the next day he's back on X. Like, what's that all about?
Hey, brother, you got pull. Do some of that shit for me. Do some of that shit for me, brother. I know you got pull out here. I know Elon checks your tweets like a freaking hawk. But, I mean, listen, I understand that Elon has benefited you, has benefited Andrew Tate, has benefited a lot of people on that side of the movement. But quite frankly, it doesn't matter if it's leftists running Twitter or, people who claim to be rightists. I get suspended no matter what. I mean, 18 times under the old regime, 3 times under this new regime. What am I supposed to say, bro? Andrew Tate can say he's the most censored guy, but I'm the most censored guy in X history. I keep getting suspended. And what am I getting suspended for? For calling people whores what they are? I mean, what am I actually doing to get suspended? I mean, I just don't get it. But, sometimes people don't like you. I can tell you that I was on I'll verify this. I got suspended January 2023. I was out for about 48 hours. And after I came back, Chris will verify this. Peyton I think she might remember this too. I told all GG33 members, do not say a negative thing about Elon. Do not say anything negative. You guys remember that?
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what you said. No one said a word.
No one say a negative word about Elon. I went on a podcast and I basically said that, I was on a podcast. This was not on X. I went on a podcast and I said that Elon took money from Barack Obama in 2010 because Barack Obama was running the American government and Tesla got a loan from the American government for about $500 million. Now, did they pay that loan back? Of course they did. But if they didn't get that loan at that time, they probably would have went out of business. Now, I know Barack Obama and what he does very well. I interviewed his brother. I know how this man thinks. This man does not do people favors. And let's not forget that Elon Musk talks shit about Trump. He's talked shit about, Joe Biden like everyone else. He's never said a negative word about Barack Obama. So I think that Elon owes Barack Obama favors. Now, I didn't say anything untrue here. I think that's why I got suspended. I think that right there, and what gives me credence to this is Luke. You know who Luke is. He has about I don't know. He's on Rumble, has about 500,000 on Twitter too. Elon unfollowed him right after my podcast with him. So it brings credence that I think he doesn't like what I said, and I think he got me suspended. So again, and more credence to this is my second account that got suspended, Numerology Now. He blocked that account. So what else am I supposed to think besides him getting me suspended? I don't know what else to think.
Great, guys. I need to head off here. I appreciate it, G. Appreciate VK, everyone having me on. VK, I just looked at your profile. God saw this gay. Why you promoting that guy? He's the biggest dork I know.
Oh, yeah, because I happen to be on his space, so I go back and forth with Elon, May Musk, and stuff like that, and basically they accidentally got me on the space. I talked to him, but yeah, Gad is, me and Gad was not too happy with me, so I can relate to you, my friend.
Good. He is a dog. I smashed him so hard he blocked me. He couldn't deal with the smash. Anyway, guys, appreciate you guys having me on, and I'll check you guys some other time.
I'm gonna talk to Sneeko, and we're gonna make that spaces sometime in the next week or something.
Get Sneeko on it. That guy's not gonna debate you. I'm telling you, because you're gonna smash him.
Of course, 100%, brother. I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Honored. Thank you so much, brother.
That is a friend of mine. This is someone that I just don't, talk to on Twitter. This is someone I have dinners with and stuff like that. And he has a lovely family as well. A very good guy. And I want you to understand something. In December 2022, I think he had like 30,000 followers. That's it. This guy knows what the hell he's doing, man. And he basically shows what 33s are. 33s dominate. It doesn't matter what they're talking about, what field they're in. They absolutely dominate. And listen, I understand that a lot of people have been benefited by Elon Musk. I get that. I'm just telling you that free speech shit that he talks about, it does not apply to me. I'm just keeping it real, guys. He took away a 100K account, then he took away a 40K account. I mean, what the hell, man? So it is what it is. As for Nick Fuentes, I have no issues with what he says about Zionism. I have no issues with what he says about politics. I do have an issue with him as a person. I just, like we talked about Destiny. Destiny is a homosexual liberal. And who was Nick Fuentes' best friend growing up? Destiny. Who's another good friend of Nick Fuentes? Milo. Someone who is a homosexual who was Kanye West's manager. So these are the people that Nick Fuentes grew up with. Nick Fuentes has no women around him. Absolutely none. He says he's a virgin. What are we going to do? Not believe him? We're going to believe him. So we have a man who best friends are growing up were two gay men, and he isn't around any women, and he's about 26 years old. Not to mention he ain't broke. He's got a couple mil, and he's also born in the year of the tiger. So I got to tell you, I don't believe someone like that would be a virgin. And he's hanging around a whole bunch of homosexuals. Do we really need the face of anti-Zionism to be someone I believe has sugar in his tank? That's what it comes down to. And he is so scared to debate me or anyone else. He doesn't want anything to do with it. You know, like Destiny. People like, let me tell you about Destiny, man. Destiny is someone that Myron and on Fresh and Fit call in whenever they want someone to get their ass whooped. Destiny just keeps taking L's, and I don't even like Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes smashed his ass. Solomon absolutely destroyed his ass. If I was Destiny, I probably wouldn't debate anymore. I would be embarrassed if I was Destiny. As a matter of fact, his Zionist backers, Nick Ben Shapiro, like, what the fuck? This is what you're like debating with? This guy's a clown, an absolute freaking clown. And again, people are free to say what they want. I'm not talking about any Zionist issues or anything like that. I don't think the guy who is the face of anti-Zionism should have such a fucking checkered past. And that's my fucking point, man.
Yeah, and he crushed both. I watched a lot of his stuff. He crushes those debates, and he did give me a follow back 33, looking out for other 33s. But dude, that guy's got a mouthpiece. He knows his facts, and
yeah, he's good. He's really, really good. And you know what? He's a good dude. He's a really good dude, man. When he came to visit me, he came with his freaking fam. I got to meet his sister. I got to meet his brother. You know, these are good people, man. I mean, they're all in GG33 Academy too. So, you know, good people. I enjoy the fact that this and you know the funniest thing. I'm Jewish. The Muslims are the ones who are going out there and asking people to get me unbanned. The Christians want to keep me banned. I mean, this is straight fact. Sneeko retweeted it. Myron retweeted it. Solomon started it off. They want to get me unbanned. I don't see any help from the Christians. Zero. So, you know, people will excuse me if I don't have any issues with the Muslims. I don't have any issues with them. I do disagree with Iran. I do not like Iran. I think Iran is okay. I think Iran is an obstacle to peace in the Middle East. I think Iran is China's lapdog. I think that's a big issue. So, you know, guys, I'm gonna, you know, hand over the floor to Doc and VK and Peyton. You know, I go on these tangents after I've given readings to about 5 people today. Well, not today. I only did 3 today because I was on Spaces for so long. But I did a lot of them in the morning. Talked to someone. You know, I can't even tell you guys the people I talk to. But all I can tell you is the very top of the food chain. Big believers in numerology and astrology, and it doesn't matter what their religion is.
Exactly. It's funny how the Jews and the Muslims use it, and then the only people in my family from a Catholic and Jewish side that call me Satanists are the Catholics. Very, very ironic. So you see at the top, he proved, you know, what they're doing with the, you know, the Quran.
Yes, sir. Peyton, how's everything going today?
Excellent. I'm on the road.
Yeah.
I've had an amazing day.
You know, what did you think of that guy I was debating about 2 hours ago? Did he seem like he was a couple ounces short of a 40?
Old school joke.
I had to get off of that. So he was talking about how all the frequencies are going to change, something like that. He was bringing everybody's frequency down, and we don't even have to wait for that fake change to happen. There is seriously something wrong with his thought processes, and I'm not just saying that because you guys are going back and forth, and someone was saying, oh, I'm simping for you or something because I'm giving you numerology. That's just absolutely pathetic. But he couldn't keep track of what he was saying. He would say one thing and then completely contradict it in the next 10 seconds. So I was just trying to get a semblance of what is the premise of him coming in here and saying all of these things if he doesn't care about people, if he hates people, as he said. So yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, I can't disagree with anything you said at all. Not at all. 100% fact. DC, where you want to take this?
Oh, let's take it anywhere you want to go. Let's have speakers, bring it up. You know, let's have some fun. Let's explore topics. I'm in a great mood, good spirits, and I'm in my 8 personal cycle, so you know why. Thank God to get out of that hell 7. So you're gonna get through it. You'll be way better than me. Jesus Christ. But yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm going through the worst injury of my life right now. That Achilles injury was no joke, and you know that's what happens in 7 years. You know, going to rehab, learning. I had to relearn how to walk again. Literally relearn how to walk again.
I hurt my Achilles during a 7-year too, Gary.
What's up?
I tore my Achilles in a 7 personal year too, so I know what you're talking about.
How long did it take you? How long did it take you to recover?
I'm actually still not recovered, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
When did it happen?
It happened back in August 20th of 2023. So I'm still in my 7
Oh,
personal year.
don't tell me that, bro.
Yeah.
Seriously. Are you walking at least?
Yeah, I'm walking, but I can't like work out. Like it's my second time actually injuring. It's the second time I injured my Achilles. The other time was when I was in the military, and also was in a 7 personal year. So
Was it the same leg or a different leg?
the same leg.
Oh my God! Was it your left?
Yes, it actually. I don't. How
Yeah,
do
of
you know that?
course, of course. No, I know. Trust me, I know.
Yeah,
It was your left. It was your left leg, and So, are you still walking in a boot, or at least you out of a boot yet?
I'm out of the boot. Out of the boot now. I go to physical therapy like 3 times a week. But I mean, it's fucking terrible. It's actually the injury that got me out of the military, and I'm a 7 life path. So, you know,
Oh, yeah, I'm born in the 7th, brother. I feel you on that.
yeah, man.
Now, when you're walking right now, because your Achilles injury happened about 3 months before mine, are you to the point where you're walking with no pain, or are you still limping? How's that working out right now?
So I'm still have like an occasional limp. The best way I describe it is if I'm walking and I have to be careful because I was talking to somebody about this earlier. I actually rolled it about a week ago, like a week and a half ago, and I couldn't walk for like 3 days. I had to go back on the crutches. If I'm like twisted a certain way, if I'm not careful, that pain kind of comes back. But I mean, I'm very cautious as much as I can because if I try to do anything too much, I'm just gonna re-aggravate it. And I mean, my if I can show you pictures, I mean, you can see how black and blue and how fucked my whole entire Achilles was. I mean, my ankle's fucked. My whole Achilles is fucked.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother. How long did it take you to recover from the first one?
So the first one, it took me about a year, and see, I was put into a medical battalion in the Marine Corps. So it took me about a year and 2 months, and then I got medically discharged.
Were you back to 95% after you healed,
Yeah,
or back
yeah.
to 100, or was it never 100% again?
I got back to about, I want to say about 90%. But that's, I don't know if that was just because me, I'm born the first, so I like to work out. You know, I'm a 7 life
Yeah,
path.
yeah, of course, of
I'm
course.
August 10th. I like to work out. So I would say it went back to pretty much normal. I was still squatting. I was still jogging. I don't know how it's going to be this time, though, because the doctor even told me, he's like, second time on the key. He looked at me like, how the fuck did you do this a second time? So, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I was fortunate enough that I had the same operation as Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
So I think, but what I did was they basically, it was about 3 weeks after the operation, and then they put the boot on me because the first 3 weeks that's after the operation is hell. You gotta put a
Yeah.
bag over your calves when you go to the shower. You gotta hop around, fucking moron.
Yeah.
That was horrible, man. But
Yeah.
I'm walking about 2-3 miles a day now. And whether I'm walking in the casino or just walking outside here in sunny Isles, I'm walking like a lot now. And like, how long are you walking, like, until you feel like you can't walk anymore at this point?
So for me, I don't know how it is for you. when I'm walking and I do the same kind of thing you're doing, for me, I don't get the pain per se. The pain I could probably do about 3 miles as well, but then I don't necessarily get the pain. I get like this weird, uncomfortable numbness. Like I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's like a numbing type of pain. It's a very uncomfortable type of pain that kind of makes you not want to put any more pressure on it, and it feels very weak. So I could do about 3 to 4 miles walking because I live in a big city anyway. So I do a lot of walking. But if it gets to the point like anywhere between like 4 miles walking up the block, or going to like a restaurant or something, I have to call Uber or someone has to come pick me up, and I kind of tap out.
I wish you a speedy recovery, my friend. I know firsthand what this is. The pain I felt 1 week after surgery, or you know how it is, you got to elevate your foot because all that blood rushes down there and just hurts like hell.
Yeah.
And I like the first day after surgery, I took 2 Percocets. And nothing. I don't even take drugs, bro. I don't even take painkillers. And I took 2 of them, and it did nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
And at that point, I'm like, why am I killing my liver too? I have not taken a Tylenol. I've not taken an Advil like since.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Gary, because I was about to tell you that too. So I fucked up. The pain was so bad for me. I was taking a shit ton of like perks, Advils, and I was all that pain and not moving around as well. I was downing a bunch of sugary drinks with that, and it ended up fucking up my liver in my 7th personal year. I ended up getting a little bit of a fatty liver. So yeah, you got to be careful with the painkillers. I basically had to cut them all out because it was fucking up my liver.
Wow, bro. Wow.
Yeah, crazy shit, right?
Yeah, I just got out, brother. But I mean, at least with the numerology, you understand why it happened.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
I always tell people you can't like change the world, but at least we die knowing. We die knowing. So,
100%.
I wish you a speedy recovery, my friend. I know firsthand what this is like, and I guess we'll have to move on because I don't want to bore people with my Achilles injury and stuff like that. As long as my mouthpiece ain't injured, we're still good to go, right, guys?
Exactly.
You're built different. You're gonna heal perfectly and faster.
Thank you very much, Baden.
I got in a car wreck in my 7-year, right? Lost consciousness, had to get out of a wave of 2 semis that almost hit me. I have a big lump on my head. You can't really see it, but I lost consciousness. And then Peyton knows this. I had testosterone issues. Had no energy the entire year. Had to get tests measured. That went way back up right before the 7-year ended. Almost checked into the hospital. So I can completely relate. Absolute terrible year for injuries for me. So we both kind of got in accidents in different ways in our 7 personal cycles. So it's good to know why, at least.
Yeah, I'll take yours over mine, brother.
Oh yeah. Even though I was flipped 360 on the highway, almost flipped, but yeah, I could have easily died. But yes, I would take yours. I would take mine any day over what that is.
Yeah, well, I had the same. I had the same situation, and when it was 1998. Handcuffed. Falling out of a police car. I should have been dead.
Exactly. See how when you have a mission, sometimes it keeps, most of the time it's going to keep you around if it can.
Yeah, hard to kill us 33s, ain't it?
Oh yeah, look at Hitler.
Yeah, look at Hitler. How many assassination attempts he survived? He should have died when he was 4 years old, and he should have drowned. And 33, 100%, baby. 100%. My wife putting in her 2 cents. Anything you want to say about 33s, baby?
They're great.
There you go. Thank you, baby.
I love her.
Wasn't Hitler also involved in World War I? Wasn't he a foot soldier?
Yes, he was. Died there. Bunker, right?
Yeah, he lost his eyesight for about 3 days. So there's an interesting story about Hitler. He came out of his tent, and there was an Englishman there, and he had his gun pointed at Hitler, and he could have killed him, and for some reason he didn't. And Hitler said, in his memoirs, how he would call this British man when he became the Führer, and thank him every single day on his birthday for not killing him. And he also basically made him think that he was invincible and he was, chosen by God to do a specific mission. But yeah, that's very interesting how this man almost died so many times, but an Englishman could have just killed him on the spot, and he didn't. And Hitler would basically call this guy every single year and say, "Thank you for not killing me." And that guy said, "If I had to do it all over again, I would have put a bullet in you," all that good stuff. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
It's amazing, man. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, and go figure that 33 ego is like, I'm chosen by God. He had to rub that in their convince people, influence them.
100%, man. Yeah, man. That's nothing new. That's how this game works. Everyone knows it.
Exactly. Makes you wonder about time travelers, at least the drownings thing, but who knows, man?
I know. I believe time travelers are very, very real.
Yes.
Extremely real. And if you're going to time travel, there's only one commodity to take: gold. If you have gold in the 17, 18, 19, 2000s, they're going to give you money for it. That is the time traveler's currency.
Wow, dropping gems. Exactly.
You know how you also know time travelers are real? Go back to the 80s and 90s, and you will see an ad in the newspapers. Buy a whole bunch of bunny rabbits for $10,000. Clearly, no one's going to buy a whole bunch of bunny rabbits for $10,000, but that's basically how the people who travel back in time send messages to the people in the future, because they can always go back to the newspapers and look up the messages. So you'll see a lot of funny ads in the classified sections. Obviously, not too many people know how the newspapers work today in the internet age, but back then, if you wanted to sell something, you call up the newspaper and you put an ad in there, and they charge you money for it. But some people would put some very, very strange ads in there, like house for sale for 1 penny. It just very, very weird stuff that you would have to decode. And I believe that's how time travelers who travel back in time communicated with their handlers in the future.
Gold right there, you guys. You guys are listening. That's absolute gold, 100%.
And someone will make a TikTok of it real soon, get 10 million views.
Gotta beat up to it.
Man, here on Twitter, it's very easy, to see copy and paste me, but I got like a 750 account on TikTok or something like that. There's some people with millions of followers. They'll just copy and paste something and no one will say anything.
Oh yeah, I'm used to that. I know exactly what you're saying.
Anyways, let's get some new speakers up here. Doc, pick some people to start talking. If you have something to say, and even if you want to say, "Yo, Garry, fuck you," it's all good, man. Get that microphone and do what. If you're going to be extremely disrespectful, then we're going to have an issue. But if you just want to come here and argue, as long as you have good, valid points, I'm good.
We're gonna get some people up here.
Yep.
I think Doc may have gone to sleep, so
okay.
He's on a different.
Yo, Garry.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to start off by saying thank you, man. I found you through Zerka about 2 or 3 months ago, and I've just been absorbing all of the content that I can find on you, and everything that I've researched that you've said has come up true. And you just being out here doing your thing has inspired me to apply myself again, because I'm in a pig year. I was born in a pig year, so we have a tendency to be lazy. So I just wanted to say, you're an inspiration, you're motivating, and I genuinely mean that.
Hey, you hear that, baby?
Yes.
I appreciate the kind words, man. I really do. Zerka's doing exactly what I wanted him to do, whether he knows it or not. So, when Zerka's the funniest person when he gives readings, man. Someone will call him and be like, "Yo, I'm born 3/17/1982. He's like, you got to give me your life path number. I'm not doing the math for you. You got scammed. You know, I'm like, what kind of numerologist doesn't know how to add? You know, he'll say, oh, you're born on the 17th. He'll say one thing, and then he'll move on. But it's fine. And then he brags about how much money he makes. I'm like, people are donating $5, but he wants to brag about how much money he makes, and that's all good and dandy, because when they want real information, as our man, you know, right there pointed out, they know exactly where they're going to go. They're going to go straight to GG33. So, you know, I guess you can tell Zerka numerology is king.
Yes, sir. And I also wanted to add, I was born November 25th, 1995.
Smart
So
guy.
that's 33/7. My father was also born, he's a 33, but he's a 6. We're both born the pig year, and I have a really strong relationship with my father.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
The fact that I'm not sure your father even knew about this information, and he still had you in his own year.
No, there's no possible
There's no
way.
possible way. Like, listen. My wife is right here listening to me, and she'd agree with everything I'm saying. The relationship with the kids is the most important thing. You agree, baby? 100%. So, the fact that my kid was born in the snake year, and I'm a snake, man, that's just wonderful, man. And the fact that your dad is a pig and you're born in the pig year, you know, that you know, you guys understand each other. You have somewhat the same energy. You have somewhat the same outlooks on life. That's fucking beautiful, bro. And I gotta say something, man. I don't like saying the word blessed because it means be less, but you know, you definitely are privileged. You're very, very privileged, and in that sense, only 8.3% of society have the same privilege as you, because that's the mathematical chances of having, you know, without knowing this stuff. I knew this stuff. That's why I did it on purpose. But the mathematical chances of, you know, something like that happening are 8.3%. So congratulations. And I really feel that,
Thank you.
you know, this is, you know, I'm at a loss for words, man. This is just a wonderful thing, man. I hope everyone experiences something like this in life, but I know they can't. You know, do you know how many?
It's a sad reality.
Do you know how many?
It's a really sad reality.
Do you know how many rich people I know who are billionaires who have kids in their enemy years? It's like what? A lot, bro. A lot. It's in the hundreds. A lot. And you know, we'll take Howard Stern for instance. Howard Stern was a 5 life path, was getting fired in every single radio job he did. And then he ran into Robin Quivers, who's a 33 life path, and all of a sudden he became a star. And people think it's because of him. Maybe it was because the 33 was by him. But the fact of the matter, it's same thing with Joe Rogan and Jamie. Jamie's a 33 life path. You know, who's to say that Jamie's not the reason that Joe Rogan became who he is? But
You mean Red Band?
What's that?
Red Band, right? The guy in August 474.
Correct.
Red Band. That's
Correct.
the original. Yeah, hasn't been the same after Red Band.
No.
You see how that works?
Of course not. And when you look at Howard Stern, he's a snake. Snake, I really don't think much of. I think he's a piece of shit. But you know, I can give you an example of 2 snakes who fucked up. Mr. Stern, he had a daughter that was born in 1983. That daughter literally hates his guts. She became a Christian missionary just to get away from him. That's one example of a very, very rich man with a kid in his enemy year. Another example is Charlie Sheen, 33 life path, a guy who had the world by the balls, by the literal balls. And then he got married to Denise Richards. And Denise Richards is a pig, and he's a snake, and that didn't work out too well. And now Denise Richards is doing OnlyFans, making about $1 million a month. And she talked her own daughter into doing OnlyFans. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that daughter's a swine too.
Yes,
So,
he blocked both.
Yep. So, you know, this man who had the world by the balls, had all the money in the world, was a star, married his enemy sign. I believe he had a kid in his enemy year, and now he has absolutely no relationship with him whatsoever. So it just shows you, it doesn't matter how powerful you are, you fuck that part up, game over. I mean, I had my second kid in 2018, year of the dog. It happened, I'm not going to give his birthday out, but it happened a couple months before the year of the pig started. Timed that shit perfectly, right, baby? More so you timed it perfectly, but it is what it is. We knew not to have a pig. Just don't have kids.
Now I know you
Don't
say
have kids in your enemy year. I can't stress that enough.
Like enemy years. Like I'm fairly new to all this. So you say like you shouldn't like lay low during your enemy year. What do you mean exactly when you say that?
Okay, yeah, of course it's your enemy year. What you have to understand is you basically to not take risks, not take chances. Don't start a business. Don't start a relationship. New place. Obviously sometimes you can't avoid stuff like that, but you just got to minimize your risks in the enemy year. That's it.
Gotcha.
And
also,
what's funny to me in 2007. I was in my enemy year and an 8-year cycle, and I went after the Browns, I went after the Cavs, went after the Indians that year. And they all knew who I was. I was getting notoriety that year, but at the end I failed in every single one of those missions, man. And the Cleveland Indians were very respectful to this day. I always thank Mark Shapiro for indulging me for about 30 minutes. I didn't have this mouthpiece back then, so I did my best. The Cleveland Browns put a restraining order on me. You want a story? I'll give you a story right now. I mean, some people have heard this story, but the other people record this. Anytime I do a Spaces, the shit's going on TikToks. We know this. This is going on YouTube. We know this. So, 2007, I was hooked up with a guy called Mike Trevisano on WTAM 1100 in Cleveland, Ohio. Fitting that I was on 1100, a station that was founded on 1111, but it was the most powerful station in Ohio by far, one of the most powerful radio stations in America. And you have to understand, the internet wasn't the way it is. They didn't even have iPhones back then. Maybe that was the first year the iPhone came out. Only rich people could afford it back then. But at the same time, I want you to understand that I went on and I basically started talking shit about the Cleveland Browns, the Cleveland Cavs, and the Cleveland Indians. I mean, we already know about the story about, Dan Gilbert. I already did that in other spaces. So I'll tell you the story about the Cleveland Browns. I called the Cleveland Browns secretary up, and I'm like, I need to talk to Phil Savage. He needs to draft Adrian Peterson. Adrian Peterson, born 3/21, 1985, in 11 Life Path. I saw him as the next Jim Brown. And I understand some of you guys are into sports. Just bear with me. And the secretary said, I'm not giving you Phil Savages. I'm not connecting you there. I'm like, I'll tell you what, give me your birthday. Because I kept calling her. And, finally she's like, all right, what do you want? I'm like, I'll tell you what, give me your birthday. And if I can't read you like a book, hang up on me. I'll never call back. You have my word. She gave me her birthday. I read her like a book. She connects me with Phil Savage. What I didn't know about Phil Savage at the time was he was an ordained minister and the GM of the Cleveland Browns. So I call him up and I'm like, yo, you need to draft Adrian Peterson. And he was like, okay, man, you're a fraud. I don't believe in this shit. You're gone. Do you remember when me and you were protesting outside the Berea headquarters, Chris, of the Cleveland Browns, and we had to sign use numerology to fix the Cleveland Browns?
Yeah, that's probably the first numerology protest in history.
We had Miss Tiffany with us. She's not here, but she's a longtime GG33 member. And, that was a little bit before. But anyways, I get a phone call one day. And the guy answers, talks to me. He's like, son, my name is Lou Marletti. Do you know who I am? I'm like, no. He's like, look me up. I'm like, all right. I looked him up. Former head of the Secret Service protecting Bill Clinton. Not a Secret Service agent, the head of the Secret Service protecting the former. So he called back in about 10 minutes. I took some of the bass out of my voice. And I'm like, yes, sir. He's like, listen, the Browns want nothing to do with you. You know, I'm like, listen, sir, I really don't care. I got something here and it's real. And he's like, well, I'm going to put a restraining order on you. I'm like, okay, do what you got to do. After that phone call, I called Trevisano and he's like, yo, come down to a radio station right now. Drove down to a radio station. I told everyone what a crackpot organization the Cleveland Browns are. These people are losers, all sorts of shit, talking shit about everybody. You have to understand that WTAM was the flagship home of the Cleveland Browns at the time. All the Browns radio, games were on WTAM. You know, they're the ones who get to interview the owner and stuff like that. So the owner of the Cleveland Browns at the time called Trevisano and said, don't put that guy on your show anymore. Well, as soon as you tell that to Triv, he's like, fuck you, I'm going to put him on even more. So after that, they put a restraining order on me. So, Adrian Peterson turned out to be one of the best running backs in NFL history. So, Adrian, I never met you, but you vindicated me, brother. So I appreciate that. Adrian Peterson was in the league as a running back for over a decade. It's unheard of for someone. As a matter of fact, in 2021, at the age of 30, what the hell was it, 36 or something like that, he was still getting over 1,000 yards with the Detroit Lions that year, or something like that. He was still a sensation at that age, unheard of for a running back. So he vindicated me, but it just goes to show you. I told the Cleveland Browns, the Cleveland Indians, and the Cleveland Cavs at the time, all the regimes that were in power, except for Shapiro, I liked them with the Indians. I told them I would outlast their bitch asses in Cleveland. And Phil Savage just fired a couple years afterwards. The Cleveland Cavs, I eventually took 3 NBA championships away from them because I started helping the Golden State Warriors. So I got my revenge. But at the end of the day, that movie of my life is going to be a fucking trip, bro. It really is. The only 100% request I have is whoever plays me, they must be a 33 life path.
Exactly. Check out the photo if you guys can see it. I just posted the photo of us in Berea, just so you, not to interrupt you. It's on the top.
I want to see this, but I haven't seen that photo in years. Yep, that's it, brother. That's the one. Use numerology to fix the Browns. Bro, who dude, this is the shit I used to do. Like, this is what year is this, bro? This is like 2009.
No, this is Jan 13th, 2016, when all those new idiots were the head coach.
Oh yeah, this is no. I think I went there before then too and did something like this. Oh, I remember this. They fucking came to us and they said, "Go over to you got to cross the street. You're bothering people."
Yeah, that's what they did to us.
Yeah. Do you remember that light pole we were under that whole time, and then before we left, we looked at the numbers under the light pole, and they all added up to 33.
Bro, that was insane. Yeah, you can't make it up, man.
You can't make this shit up, bro. You cannot make that shit up, bro. This is from 2/16 January. Oh yeah, that's right. I did this right after my birthday.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, 2/16. This is the year that made me.
Yes.
Oh, that was my 8 year. Oh yeah, I remember now. I did this because I was in my 8-year cycle. I remember now. That's why I did this. I was in my 8-year cycle. Oh, I remember everything now. That was coming back to me right now. That was the year that made me. People don't know this, but Numerology would have been dead in 2016 if I didn't get my Cavs prediction right.
Yes.
Bro, do you understand how many people would have been using that against me if I fucked that one up?
Oh, dude, your back was against the wall, and that's
Yep.
when you're at your best.
Bro,
Really,
the Cavs, I made a tweet in 2000, and see, my account's gone, and that's the fucked up part. My account's gone, and people can't even see this shit, but I made a tweet in 2014, and I guaranteed the Cleveland Cavaliers would win the title in 2016. Guaranteed it. Said 100% take it to the bank. And then we know that fraud gematria guy, Zach, stole it. And, but at the end of the day, the Cavs were down 3-1. I went on the news and I said they're going to win the championship. The odds at that point were about 14-1 for them to win. No team that was ever down 3-1 in NBA history in an NBA Finals came back. And that's what I did, brother. I fucking went out there and I got it done. And if it wasn't for that, GG33 would have been over and none of this would have been possible, because that right there elevated me, where some people who were extremely rich and powerful started paying real attention to me right after that. I think that's the year GG33 took off. It was
yeah. And you had people when we were at Brown's headquarters in Jan 13th, 2016. You were on the phone with Andy Baskin. I think that was like I want to say it was 92.3 The Fan, but it wasn't. I forget which station. It would have been KNR. It doesn't matter.
I think it doesn't matter.
You had people honking. People literally saw you there. They're honking their horns at you and stuff. Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah,
and they were all looking at us as they walked in too to go to work, for practice.
Yeah, the pictures when I actually looked young.
You go way back. It's crazy.
Yeah, bro. The shit I did in Cleveland, but I mean, listen, still nothing compares to what I did in 2023, and nothing's going to compare to what I do. And do you guys understand? I've been waiting for my 8-year cycle in 2025 for literally 20 years. I've been waiting for 2025 for literally 2 decades.
I do.
I know you do. You remember me telling you the stories of what I'm going to do and all this. Do you remember? I think it was 2010, maybe early 2011. I got you and Tiffany on the phone, and there was one other guy. And no, it was just you and Tiffany. And I basically said I was going to start GG33. And I'm going to create a movement that's going to spread numerology around the world. It was laughable back then. Laughable back then. And I did exactly what the fuck I said I was going to do. And I'm telling you guys right now, it doesn't matter how many times they suspend me, how many times they do whatever they want. Nothing's going to stop what I do in 2025. Absolutely nothing. If you think I did something in 2023, you ain't seen nothing yet, man. Absolutely nothing. And Andrew Tate, what he did in 2022, I will supersede in 2025. Take that shit to the bank.
Exactly. And I'm hoping at, and manifesting that maybe some of the, you're going to have such a good year that can maybe help me a little bit in that snake year, man. That's all I'm hoping.
You should be more focused on when I retire in 2026, and other people need to step up after that. That's what I would be more focused on if I were you. You know how enemies your work. You know exactly how that stuff works. I'm telling you guys right now, I'm gonna retire in 2026, and I'm gonna take off my readings. I'm almost to the point where I want to take that shit off now, because I'm getting so much word of mouth with people in positions of power. I'm let the students, the GG33 Gold members, do the readings, which you and Peyton do. Quick shout out. And the Great's in here. He does stuff like that too. Bless Gemini's in here. She does readings too. And again, you guys have to understand, I lived this and studied this for 2 decades. I forgot more numerology than anyone else on earth knows. The stuff that is in GG33 Gold, Bronze is unmatched. Maybe 5% of what's in Bronze has been elite. And that's not bad for 10 years. maybe 5%. And that's not enough for anyone to do shit. GG33 Academy is the biggest occult school in the world. And it has over 3,000 members, gg33academy.com. Doing a little promo, you know what I'm saying? I won't do too much of it, but it is what it is. Yeah, guys, the stuff that I pulled off, yeah, you definitely need a movie, and it's gonna have to be about 3.5 hours long because you're not gonna fit that shit in fucking 90 minutes.
They got to put the protest scene in there, man. They got to put.
Oh yeah, 2016. That was the one the DNC was in Cleveland.
Yeah, I have pictures.
You were there with the camera when I was getting in people's faces. Some of those videos from that protest got millions of views before I even became an influencer.
Not to interrupt you, but guess who posted those? Dave Portnoy. Those are on Dave Portnoy's YouTube. We are literally right next to Dave. I can find the videos. It'll take me a while, but they're there, and it's hilarious because you're yelling right next to Dave Portnoy, the Jew, and Barstool Sports, and it's a great, it's hilarious because look at him where he's.
I took a microphone. I took a bullhorn and I just started talking mad shit about Democrats, talking mad shit about Clinton. I mean, listen. In 2016, I never had to worry about being suspended on Twitter. That was when Twitter was still a free speech zone. And I basically went, bro, I had a profile picture of Donald Trump cutting off Medusa's head. And that was, Hillary Clinton. You guys remember that?
Yes. Yes, and you know that we remember the police scene, so we're going against the communists with you got the mic, and that's on video too. That's actually really good. So
Atlantic City throwing racks of money at Joe Rogan too.
Oh yeah. You were there too, Chris. You videotaped that shit. Remember, I told you that day before we got there, before I even bought tickets, I'm getting on stage. On stage with Joe Rogan. I was like, okay, where are the tickets? I bought the tickets, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna throw this 5K at Joe Rogan, and I promise you, no one ever threw money at him in his life. That's gonna intrigue him, and I'm gonna find the way on stage. And I was running my mouth, and then he started fucking going at me, and and I took 5K. And I threw it on stage. And I knew that would shook him, because why would anyone throw 5K at Joe Rogan? And he was blitzed. Yep, and he was blitzed. Oh yeah, he was coked out of his mind. It was 219, and I went on stage, and first I went on there, and he's like, "Oh, you want to say something? Sure." I said GG33, and he's like, he just dropped some numerology on us. So he knew what GG33 was even back then. And when I went on stage with him, he just started roasting me after I started throwing money off the stage. But I remember he started roasting me, and I'm like, brother, I'm gonna get you back for this. At some point, I'm gonna get you back for this. And then last year, when I found out that Joe Rogan's dad was talking shit about Joe, bro, I flew up to Newark to interview the guy. 100%, he's a snake too. And Joe Rogan's dad's a snake. Do you know how cool it is that Joe Rogan's dad just calls me sometimes just to bullshit? He just calls me up sometimes just to, like, what's going on? How's the family? By the way, Joe did this piece of shit. So again, I'll never be on the Joe Rogan show. I knew that. As soon as I, put out that video in 2023, I knew that was never going to happen. But if you don't think Joe Rogan knows who I am, or if you don't think Barack Obama or Donald Trump or Michael Jordan or Vladimir Putin know who I am, you're sadly mistaken. Every one of these people know who I am. If people know one numerologist in the world, it's me. There's not too many other numerologists, and if they know anyone else, it's a GG33 member. There's no one else.
Bro, do you know who? Not to interrupt you, but do you know how humiliated he was? Number one, we were with Doc Shaw, so Doc Shaw from Zach and Cody was actually with us when you threw that money on stage. But fast forward 4 years later, Joe Rogan decides to go on Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson's telling him numerology and astrology is real, and Joe had to go into a whole spiel about being born in the year of the goat and basically had to confess that it's like there's something to it. Hilarious, man.
Yep.
I'll actually pull that clip if I can find it.
Yep. And a lot of people were worried that if I would go after Joe, that would be the end of me. And that didn't work out that way. I did really well with that stuff. The interview I was really worried about last year was the Malik Obama interview. That one, so basically, I got Malik Obama, which is Barack Obama's brother, to come to Kenya to do a podcast, and I've done numerous podcasts with him since. But that first podcast we did, it was a little bit raw, so I, decided, you know what, I'm just going to give this one to the GG33 Academy members. And let's do a new one, Malik, because I had to soften that shit up, bro, because I didn't want to have, an accident. And the funny thing is, the next day after I did the podcast in Trump Tower, the FBI raided someone's house who was like 2 floors below me. I believe that was a message to me to slow the fuck down. And I did.
Absolutely insane. Yeah.
I got one question, if it's all right.
Yeah. Before you do, people think this clout game and this influencer game is easy. It is not. There's nothing easy about this shit, guys. And especially the way I did it by not being a degenerate. If you want to pretend like you're sucking someone's dick or, doing degenerate shit, yeah, people are going to watch you because you have no substance. Next year, I'm going to go after every single person there, and might be the most hated person on the planet at some point next year. I already get like so much heat every day, man. There's literally 100 accounts that basically their life mission is to take me down. Fucking losers. Go ahead, my friend. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Hey, what's up? I was listening to that crazy stuff earlier today with that one dude, and it sounded like you guys did agree with some stuff, and I was wondering what you think about the transmutation of people through the vaccine shedding and the vaccine being in our food supply and stuff. Like, what do you think that's going to do to us? Is there like, is it something like Matrix type shit that we're going to be part of the like?
I don't believe the vaccines in our food. I don't believe the vaccines in our food.
The vaccine shedding is legit, though.
Yeah, I never said it wasn't. I don't believe the vaccines in our food. I'm going to tell you why. The elite, and this is going to rub some people the wrong way, but the vaccine in some cases can be considered a benevolent act by the elite. Every time before that, throughout history, when they wanted to get rid of people, they started a war. They started famine. They started a whole bunch of shit. This time, they basically did a high IQ test. If you're in Washington, D.C., and these people are offering you a joint to take the vax, that tells you something. If you're in Ohio and they were offering you millions of dollars, possibly to win the lotto just to take the vax, that should tell you something. And when these people start going out their way to offer you gifts and things of that nature, it tells you that there's an alternative motive going around. And, that guy wants to question me. Besides, what's his name who died, McAfee, he was the first one to say something about the vax. From what I understand, I was the second person, at least on Twitter, because I didn't have IG and all this other stuff at the time. I was the second person to say, don't worry about COVID, worry about the vaccine. And I did that March 2020, about 9 months before the vaccine was released. I already knew what the game plan was right then and there. They basically wanted people to kill themselves. And I believe that if the elite really wanted to put the vaccine in food, they could have done that shit, before COVID. They could have just put this shit in food and no one would have known anything about it. I think it was an IQ test. And for everyone in here who passed, congratulations. You passed the biggest PSYOP in world history. Absolutely the biggest PSYOP in world history. You passed with flying colors. To the other people who took it, the guy who helped me in Cleveland, Ohio, on the radio stations, Mike Trevisano, he took the vaccine. Known fact that he died a week after taking his booster. And I used to go on the radio and argue with this guy, Triv, don't take the vax. Trevisano, listen to me. How much money did I make you in the stock market in 2008? How much money did I make you? Trust me, don't take it. But he didn't trust me at that point, and I think he'd still be with us if he did.
You
Rest in
don't think
peace.
we're all contaminated through the shedding?
I think that's
Like you said,
I think that's way overblown. Is it real? Yes. What's the whole point of this? What's the whole point of COVID and the vaccines? If they just wanted to put the shit in people's food, they could have done it without all this nonsense. They could have done it without all the nonsense. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They wanted to give people a choice. Why? Karma. How many movies came out telling people, yo, the vaccine's going to kill you? This shit happened before, COVID even came out. So I believe they give people a choice. If they really wanted to vaccinate the whole world, they didn't need COVID. They could have just put that shit in flu shots like they do now. They could have put that shit in all sorts of shit. They didn't. They gave people a choice. Some people made the wrong decisions. I'll tell you right now, I convinced some high-hitting NBA players to go in their doctor's office, drop off $10K, and that's it. Come out there with your vaccination card. I can assure you that a lot of NBA champions did not get vaccinated.
Is the prime And we were creator talking benevolent? last about this,
Is
and
the prime creator benevolent?
Yeah, because
I sure hope so. I sure hope so. I can tell you the God that runs this realm sure as hell isn't. I would believe. I'm not sure benevolent is what I want the prime creator to be. Again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you what the prime creator is or isn't, because I don't think our feeble human minds are even able to imagine the power and the grace of the prime creator. I'm not even going to go there, man. I would hope he's benevolent, but maybe I'm thinking wrong. Maybe he shouldn't be benevolent. Maybe I want him to be very judgmental. I want all pedophiles to go to hell. I want all rapists to go to hell. So I'm not sure I want someone benevolent to the point that he turn the other cheek.
You think L's his name? Do you think L's the prime? Or you think
No.
that's
I think Al and Ra. I mean,
Yeah.
it is, just look at, Israel, you see everything, all the gods in there. I think they're basically different gods in this realm who are, fighting for power. But the prime creator, he's above all this shit. He don't need any of that crap, man. Many gods, only one prime creator. Just like there's many ministers, but only one prime minister. Understand the difference.
And notice, in order to be a Freemason, you have to believe in only one God. That's a big sign. I can't talk too much about it.
Oh, good. Well, I can talk about it. The Freemasons believe the sun is God. I can talk about that, Chris. I never took any oath. You don't have to say yes or no. You don't have to confirm or deny anything. But the Masons do believe that the sun is God. And
well, we were talking about that last night, because all the religions basically are about God, are about the sun being God, right? And it's kind of been mistranslated with Jesus, where the sun dies on the 22nd of December, stays at its lowest parallel. 25th, it starts rising again. And this Christ consciousness we were talking on the spaces last night about is possibly an energy shift of the sun, because the sun's producing, basically all the energy that's creating everything in this realm, if you look at it from that perspective. So, I mean, every religion's all about the sun. and the sun really controls everything. So the key is that Christ consciousness, whether it's within you or without you, it's that energy vibration. So we just saw this sun event this week, supposedly. Now, there's a lot of rumors that may have been HARP or some type of man-made thing, but all the religions are pointing to some cyclical event with the sun that happens every 26,300 years or 12,600, and that burst of energy, that change in the energy field, can produce, enlightened consciousness. Or maybe one of the aspects of the vax is to keep people trapped in this reality, and the ones that
Possible.
took the vax.
Possible.
Yeah.
I think that's very possible.
I have something to add here.
Go ahead.
So recently I've been doing research into the Phoenician alphabet and how our language has evolved into English, and just breaking down each syllable of words and to figure out how words were constructed originally. And it occurred to me that Israel or Israel could possibly be a question saying is Ra El. So it's asking, is the god Ra also the god El? Just something to think about.
Possible. I'd be very careful with Israel and things of that nature. They like to keep things hidden in plain sight.
How much of reality do you believe is a script?
In what sense?
We got 9/11, all these.
That's script. That's 100% scripted.
I know, but sometimes it's hard to realize how much of reality is scripted, presidential elections. It's just I know there's some real things that do happen, but it just seems like on the mass scale of things, everything is kind of scripted in a way. And even the dissemination of knowledge through Flat Earth, Pizzagate, QAnon, and then I feel like this numerology stuff is a new dissemination of knowledge now, but
they're trying to bastardize it. The cockroaches, they're really trying to bastardize this stuff right now. I knew this would happen, man. I literally people who were messaging me about what about this. Now in 2008 they need some clout. Oh, this shit ain't real. Okay, whatever you say, man. You find out who the NPCs are real quick.
I'll make an interesting point. Tiger Woods knows he's at 28. He's known it for 15 years. He would follow 28 people for years on Twitter. And they asked him, he has a brand called Sunday Red. And they go, Tiger, why do you wear red on Sundays? And he goes, it's very simple, scripting. But I do think they script certain things, so I understand what he's saying. But I thought that was a very interesting answer. And Gary, you know what red is with golf, so I'll leave it at that.
Of course, but let's not forget Tiger Woods was not part of the elite. He didn't take the same deal that LeBron did, and that's why they sent him that wife to basically fuck up his life.
Elin, interesting name, huh?
Yep. I was waiting for you to bring that up. She was basically a ringer to fuck that dude's life up, man.
Yep, and he wouldn't go left. That's the one. The cat's selfish, right?
No, he's not going left. He like Kobe. Kobe would not allow his daughter to be a trans, so they killed his ass. And then Dwayne Wade hopped on that. He couldn't take that deal quick enough.
Well, and how about Tiger Woods' recent car accident? Everyone who knows about the scene, the most recent one where he almost lost his leg, very strange accident. I'll leave it at that, but very odd.
If you're a very important person, I don't think I would drive a Tesla or drive a car with too many electronics in it. You might want to go back and get yourself a 64 Mustang with no computers on it because, they might manufacture an accident. No joke. No joke whatsoever. Those Teslas can be dangerous if someone else gets the controls to them, and it's possible to get the controls to them. It's not possible to control a car with no computer.
Exactly.
I just found out my grandma is a 33 rat and I'm a 33 rat too. Is there like a past life connection there?
Are you born on the same day?
No, not same day.
No, then there's no past life connection. Maybe not past life connection in family. Maybe your souls know each other, but not you weren't in the same family before. So it is possible that you have some kind of past life connection, but not within the same family.
Interesting. And also, how rare is it to be a 33? Like 36 days out of year you can be born at 33, or
It's very rare, especially if you're a pure 33. I'll give you guys a story. My grandma was a pure 22, and she was born on the same day I was born. And she fucking loved me, bro. She died when I was like 12, about 13. She died. She was in her 90s, so it was her time. But I was a birthday gift to my grandma. They timed that, thing perfectly, and I wasn't even a C-section. So they timed that thing perfectly.
And look at Rockefeller, right? So John D. Rockefeller was on the run from the United States government, and he turned himself in because John D. was born July 8th. And the reason why he turned himself in, it was to see his grandson be born. And his reasoning was that is the guy who's fit to run the Rockefeller family because he was born on July 8th. Not to interrupt you on what you were saying, but again, proof the elite use this type of stuff.
Yeah, of course they
Yeah.
use it. You have
The
to be
other
a
day-
moron to believe the elite don't use this.
The other day, I was watching this stupid movie I used to watch called Hot Chick, but I noticed that one part, there's one girl in it that had a 33 on her shirt and then also had the all-seeing eye on her hat. Like, I was just like, wow, I just never caught that kind of stuff before. It was an Adam Sandler movie, too, so maybe he's like, uses that as well, but...
Shalom. The Jews, of course.
I got a question about this though, because we're basing a lot of this off the Christian calendar, right? So a lot of these dates are based on that calendar system. But in a more natural sense, the lunar calendar, 13 months, is more accurate because you have 13 28-day months. And supposedly they took out 13th zodiac as well. So how do you think that stacks up when you're looking at these different calendar systems?
Yeah, I do understand there's 13 months and 28 days. I guess you kind of got to look at a turtle, and they got that shit right on the back of their shell. But perception is reality, and as long as most people believe today is May the 12th, and that the Matrix is going to manifest that reality. If people start believing that today is January 8th, 2072, and a majority of the people in the planet actually believe that, the Matrix will manifest that reality.
What? Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe that's why, there's possibly gaps. And they recently, within the last 100 or 200 years, moved up the year that we're in. Maybe for that specific purpose, because they wanted to manifest something at this time, and they needed the consciousness to believe
Brother,
it.
I'm going to tell you something. As long as English is the dominant world language in the world, they don't have to worry about manifesting things. Things will always manifest themselves. The English language is something else. It really is.
I heard there's
Closest
a
thing-
correlation between 33 and the Great Pyramid of Giza through the architecture and stuff from Marty Leeds 33. Do you have a comment on that?
I wouldn't disagree with him.
Are you friends with Marty Leeds 33? Because that dude has some interesting stuff.
I'm sure I talked to him before. I talk to a lot of people, guys. I really do. People get offended and stuff like that, but I'm probably going to get off the spaces in about 10 minutes because I do have one more reading to do today. So can't, fucking not do them, no matter what. Like the mailman, I come through.
Yeah.
But we got a pretty good crowd in here. I mean, when Suleiman was in here, he brought like 100 people with him, but we're at like 300. And you know the best thing about what we're doing, we're not actually paying people to be in this space, or you know,
I knew that was coming.
yeah, we're not actually offering people fake money to be in the space. You know what's funny? How do you get a space with 6,000 views when all you had is like 50 people in there? And right after the spaces ends, you have like 6,000 views, but 3 days after it ends, you're still at 6,000. Yet when I post my spaces, and they start off with 1,000 views, they get to like 3, 4, 5,000 with a few days. Something's very fishy about that.
Yeah, they're rigging the algorithm with all spaces. They can't even figure out their own algorithm at all. They change one thing and they ruin it. Peyton did a live, so they're pushing lives with video. So she had like 1.3, 1.4 thousand in there live. Then she turns around, she's killing it, doing big numbers. Then we do a space, and you would expect that space to follow that at least somewhat. Not even close. Not that she's not doing numbers, but it's crazy to see what they're doing. So they want to be this like YouTube. Good luck. I mean, I'm so disappointed in these numbers. And yeah, I couldn't even go live on Spaces. They would not even post it to my profile last night. So I had to post it twice, not to make it all about me, but dude, it's fishy.
Dude, you have 135,000. You should be able to, pull. I don't know what's wrong with these spaces, man. It's like they can't see it. Like I just mathematically, I think I came in the morning and you had like fucking 40 people on there. I'm like, how is that possible? Something's not right with the system, man. And yeah, Elon's definitely running a skeleton crew.
Yep. It's sick. And yeah, they won't even, like, literally, how bad can it be where it doesn't even post to your profile? So you go live, I'm like, it's 3 a.m. I got no one in there. I'm like, wow, that's like really bad. That's like prehistoric internet crap.
Agreed. All right, let's go to Omar. Omar, what's on your mind?
Hey, bro, so I wanted to ask you about March 27th in particular. Like, why is it that they're having a big year this year? You have Julian from Beacon expanding. You have London on the track who's sitting on gold in his laptop. You have Annette from Miami, like aging like fine wine. So why is it that people that are born on March 27th are having a big year this year?
Well, do I know the answer? Yes. Am I going to release that publicly? Nope. All I can tell you is the only one common factor with London and Red Pill, me. That's the only common factor. And London's killing it, bro. London. Well, I think at some point London might supersede Jay-Z. Give him a couple years, man. That's and he's a really good dude, man. Like a really stand-up guy, man. I've been to his home. I met his team. I see who he hangs around with. This is a solid individual, and he's always traveling. He's either going to Dubai or going to LA and stuff like that. He's not even in Miami half the time. Very, very good guy. I did a podcast with him. I think it's like his second one he ever did or something like that. And we're waiting till he drops his track, and then I'm going to release the podcast, and I expect millions of views. It's going to be good. I'm going to do another one with XXX's mother at some point. Right now, she's in China, but when she comes back, now that I'm healed up, we're going to start doing stuff with her as well. It's going to be fun, guys. Again, if you've been on this GG33 train, stay with me until 2025. I promise you it'll be worth your time.
What made you want to get close to London in particular?
How did I get close to London?
No. Why did you want to get close to him? Was it something that you saw in his numerology, or was it for a different reason?
Well, I'm going to be completely blunt. I didn't even know who he was until I met him. I had no idea who he was.
So you met him first, and
Yes.
then you found out his
Yeah.
birthday, and then
Yes, I met him first. I'll tell you the story. I was at my billionaire's house, and he has a lot of famous people come over there all the time. And, I just started giving the dude a reading. I didn't know who the hell he was. I didn't know he was Kanye's producer. I didn't know he was, cool with Dr. Dre and all these other people. I had no idea. Zero. But I looked at him, and I did his birthday, and I'm like, you're about to blow the fuck up. I didn't even know who he was. And I'm telling him, yo, dude, you're about to blow the fuck up. And, in the podcast, he reveals that. I actually told him he was going to blow up and everything. I told him he was going to blow up. I think it was December of last year or maybe January, somewhere around that area. And, somewhere around that area. And, yeah, bro, he's that guy. He's that guy.
but he's a goat. So how is he? Like, how did you know he was gonna blow up if it's a dragon here?
Can't do it, bro.
He can't say.
Can't do it, bro.
Can't say.
See, that's the difference between me and everyone else. I gatekeep information, but I don't lie. Other people lie, and I won't lie. I would just rather say, yo, I'm just not gonna say. So other people can come up with their speculations, but at the end of the day, it all worked out, didn't it? London's a really good guy, man. I have nothing bad to say about that guy. Absolutely nothing.
So do you think that there's still people in the industry who are, big time producers, like mainstream producers who, can climb to the top by doing all the right things and like making sure that their family stays alive, the closest people with them are always
No, I mean,
surviving.
London's not Michael Jackson now. I mean, we're not talking about 50 Cent or Eminem. We're talking about an up and coming star. I think based off the fact that he's Muslim, it's going to be very difficult for them to get him to do degenerate shit.
What do you fear more, eternity or finite existence?
Interesting question. Well, I wouldn't want to live forever if that's what you're asking me.
Yeah, because sometimes, like, they say, the next life will be eternity or whatever. So, I don't know. Yeah, I just feel like that'd be kind of boring to know in 1,000 years you're going to be doing what you're going to be doing and all that.
Well, I mean, in 1,000 years, I'm sure the ashes on my bones are going to be scattered all over the world. So it is what it is. By the way, when I die, I want to get cremated. I want to make that very public. I want to get cremated. I'm a fire snake. That's the way I got to go. I'm not saying that's what everyone should use, but
Is
that's what I'm going to do.
perfection a human concept, or is it really possible?
I'm not the prime creator. I don't know. Don't know. That's where I would have to give you theorisms. And theorisms are things I believe in that I can't actually prove because there's not enough information available. No, that's not something I'm going to spend a lot of time thinking about.
Yeah, because I feel like we always want what we don't have, so that's why we fell from Eden, just like the Matrix with the architect. He said, like we had the perfect utopia. They wanted out of it because they want free will, the free will to decide to do evil. So I feel like either way we have it, we always want what we don't have. When we're here, we want to be in heaven. When we're in heaven, we want to be here. I don't know.
I mean, I get it. All I can tell you is some people don't deserve to breathe. So it is what it is, man.
Thanks for your answer.
Yes, sir. I'm going to take a couple more and then bounce out of here. Chris, I don't know how you do this for 24 hours, bro.
You know what? It's all that sleeping in my 7 year. You know what I mean? It's got to be. Because I'm doing this like literally maybe smoking a couple American spirits. You know, I like my tobacco here and there.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, but no caffeine.
That reminds me, I haven't smoked a blunt yet today. Crazy.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. No wonder I got
What?
it. Yeah.
Gary
No,
hasn't smoked. That's wild, man.
I haven't smoked a blunt yet today. I mean, I think I only no. Some days that's becoming more and more common that I go some days without smoking a blunt. It's getting more and more common. That would have never happened before.
Ooh, and your 7 year, I'm shocked by that too. You know, 7 smoking, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
of
But
course, of course. I personally believe it's more of a snake thing than a 7 thing, but they both start with the S.
Yeah, I'm a 33-7 too. Is there any disadvantage to being a 33-7?
Yeah, you're gonna have a whole bunch of people that hate you.
Oh yeah, I feel that.
No. I mean, literally, you got this one faggot who's the OnlyFans fucking manager, who's literally been in drug rehab in and out 8 times, and he's talking about, Garry hexed me. When did I ever hex you? When did I say I was gonna hex you? I said I would break your jaw if I saw you. Never said I was gonna hex you. You're not even like you're too unimportant to waste energy on a hex. If I'm gonna hex people, it's gonna be like Elon Musk, someone who's cost me $100,000 a fucking month. Things of that nature. I'm not gonna hex a fucking nobody. Why would I waste my energy? But if I see you in the streets, Matt, I'm telling you, next time I see you in Miami, if I see you, it's on site, bro. I'm not gonna care what it is. I'm just gonna fucking break your fucking jaw. You don't talk about my wife, especially since you were sucking my dick so hard last year, and now you decided, oh, I can get some clout off Garry. Nah, brother, I'm just gonna break your fucking jaw. Yeah, you can talk all you want, but you're a little fucking pipsqueak, little small ass dude. I will lift you up with one fucking uppercut. Fucking faggot. And he wants to talk about my wife, who was a virgin before she married me. She married you for a green card. If that was the case, she would have left 17 years ago. She got her citizenship time a long time ago. What people need to understand is a lot of these people who have whores, who cheat on them, and they cheat on them, and they cheat on them, they consider that shit normal. It's not normal, man. I mean, Matt, how does it feel when I was smoking a blunt with you at Jack Doherty's house? Your girl was getting ran in the other fucking room when you were looking for her. I was literally fucking smoking a blunt with this dude, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go find my girl," and then he came back and he's like, "Oh, I can't find her." Yeah, that's because she was getting plowed through in the other room. You fucking faggot. So, it is what it is.
That's some beta male shit.
Yep. And fastest fraud is talking about you now, VK.
man, who isn't, bro?
Yep.
It's all in the 7 year they come at you,
Yep.
man. I'm
Yep.
so used to
Yep.
it.
Yep.
I grew up in this.
Yep.
I
They
grew up
all
like this.
come. They all come. I'm such a evil person. Everyone fucking hates me. All this, but yet when people come on spaces, yo, Garry, thank you.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. The one thing I thank you for is I've been groomed to kind of like take this. So like I've literally like kind of piggybacking on you back in 2011, 12 on Twitter. I'm used to the attention, so like I can handle it more now. I just see something, I'm like, shh. And that's kind of the pig attitude. They just keep trucking, but that's different. Elon's got scandal after scandal. What does Elon do? He keeps moving. The snake moves differently. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Not to say that Elon isn't.
The snake sheds its skin, and one thing that moron from earlier was right about is there's going to be some events in 2025, but there are always events in snake years. 1989, the Berlin Wall came down. 2001, it was 9/11. There's always something in snake years to change the direction of history. It'd be useful to know this type of information before you can actually understand how to actually apply it. But, people are morons. So it is what it is. All right, guys. I'm gonna get out of here. I
Gary,
might
check your DMs.
still, exactly. I appreciate everyone spending time with Chris, me, Peyton, and other GG33 members. Hold on, there's one person before I leave. Hold on, I saw him here. Get GG33 Network up there and see if they want to talk. Hi, Glow Baby. How you doing today? If Cat's here, he's always good to talk and stuff like that. That's
who say that again?
Where is he?
I can't.
Yeah, I know. This GG33 Network. Request to talk if you want to. And I see Glow Baby in here. Maybe Cat's in here somewhere too. Who knows?
Okay.
Other than that, I appreciate you guys spending your time with me and everyone else. And if you didn't say it already, and you're fortunate enough to still have your mother, go out there and say Happy Mother's Day. And if you have a wife, congratulate her for fucking Mother's Day too, because good women. They are irreplaceable. And by the way, the value of a good woman is more valuable than gold, because there's so many whores and tramps and tricks out there, man. Absolutely disgusting fucking behavior. A lot of my haters were raised by single fucking mothers. Go out there and appreciate. The hell with that feminism shit. But no one gives a fuck about Father's Day. I get that, but let them have one day. So before I go, again, Happy Mother's Day to all the good mothers out there who sacrifice their own desires to do what they had to do as a mother. To the ones who didn't, the ones that had abortions just so they can go party, I hope you enjoy hell. That's it.
Gary, if you come back on, or if you smoke a blunt, you're welcome back on. If we're on, also, I have to talk to you about something serious when it regards to revenge. So when you get the chance, I'll be up. Probably, if you're ever smoking a blunt, give me a call. No pressure though.
Sounds good, man. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
Check your DMs, man.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Gary.